There's no music on the save file screen, and I'm very sad inside. Poop. Sip. Let's see, can I do anything about this? Nah. Switch. Fix your shit. Give us cooler menus. Have music play sometimes, like the Peace Thief. That doesn't do it either half the time. It's fine. It just means we have to sit here in awkward silence. Everybody loves that. We all love when that happens. We don't. I don't. Help me. My brain craves stimulation. This is doing nothing for me. Hi, Pump. What's up? Am I rested? Yeah. I got a good night's sleep. I got the supplies ready again. This time I've got coffee, water, and a blue raspberry slushy. Tea to follow if I need it. I'll need it. Long try was long. It was rough. It really was. Like I said, I'm all for. I am all for long trials, but only when the material kind of justifies it. The material in that one was not very strong. 2 hours just because the fucking waiter was too stupid to notice a bloodstain on one of the steaks. What's gackin'? No. Absolutely not. No. You on spoiler duty again, Pump? Appreciate it. It was rough. Hi, Secret. I don't know for sure. I'd have to really think about it and like compare it to my old tier list and whatnot. But like, just my gut instinct is that that's Cocoon tier. It might be Cocoon tier. Ay. Oh, I have a cut on my thumb. Ow. I blame the cats. And by cats, I mean cat singular, Tommy. It's usually Tommy. Scully wouldn't hurt me. Tommy's a fucking Fruit Loop dingus. I need to click that. One second, don't mind me. I messed with my mic a little. I've been trying desperately to make the audio better. Because even with the fan background interference, there is no reason that the mic should still be peaking as much as it is when I yell. I've literally got for the my audio interface, it has a setting called a compressor, and it has two little knobs. You have one to make you louder when you're quiet, and one to make you quieter when you're loud. Right? You have two. It's called the compressor. It's two knobs. So that's what they do. The first one makes the quiet parts louder. Second one makes the louder parts quieter. At this moment in time, I have the one that makes the louder parts quieter turned down literally all the way. So if the peaking is still a consistent huge issue, I'm sorry, but there is literally nothing I can do about it beyond possibly when it's cool enough that I don't need the fan anymore. Because otherwise, I am apparently just literally too loud for the settings to compensate for it. At least with my current quality of mic. Wi-Fi iffy at the moment, Monado, no worries. You're good. We appreciate you while you're here. Almost over that P4G YouTube playlist. Very nice. Let's see. I don't want to as desperate as I am for some music, I don't want to hop in. Because I'm sure we're going to get thrown right into a cutscene. We had people clamoring for a preview last night. In retrospect, maybe I should have gone ahead and done that, just so that stuff like this doesn't happen and we're not left in awkward silence for extended periods of time. But hey. Whatever. Ugh. Monado already in drill sergeant mode did say shit about later cases. Well, obviously. Hope I enjoy case 2. There's a lot of moments to scream and laugh at. Don't know if you can join, but you'll try Mortal Cool. If you can't, no worries. Peacing out already, Monado? Okay. You have a good one if we don't see you again. I think, I don't know. I feel like saying there's a lot of moments to scream and laugh at is broad enough. Once again, I know it's hard with the delay, but keep in mind, if I read something out loud, if I read something out loud and I've clearly already seen it, it's probably best not to bother deleting it at that point. Yeah, in that instance, I feel that's broad enough that I don't know why that was deemed even a spoiler, but just for a future reference, the Streisand effect is a thing. Like, if it's clear that I have seen something already, then all deleting it is going to do is confirm my suspicions. You know nothing about this game because it can't spoil secret, yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. I know the mods are going to be on lookup, but, like, I don't think Pump knows anything about this game either, so. Hey, Leia! We missed you last night. I meant to ask. Do you, yeah, it's fine. Leia, do you have a new Twitter? I tried to, credit you for the title card, and I think your old Twitter might be dead. If you're not comfortable sharing it here, then you can just DM me or whatever, but yeah, I want to make sure to appropriately credit you, because you did an awesome job. She drew me as the boy, not Ryunosuke, actually, Kazuma. Drew me as Kazuma. I, too, have a headband billowing perpetually in the wind now. Don't know what happens in the game, so you'll watch out and stay quiet. Fair enough, Leia. Sounds good. I can make that sound. You got rid of Twitter because you're rebranding. Fair enough. Is there anywhere else you'd like me to credit you then? I left your signature. I think you had included it on an older title card, so I left your signature on the title card. But if there's anything else I can do, let me know. Playing a future case, but you'll have stream in the background. Shout your name if you need some help. Cool, cool. Duly noted. Favorite case of this game, Galaxy Cat? Cool, cool. I'm cautiously optimistic. General consensus seems to agree with me that that first case is kind of bad, or at least was bad by the end. But everyone's saying it goes uphill from here. So I'm cautiously optimistic. I'm also cautiously terrified, cause Kazuma was It's fine for now. Okay, as long as you're sure. Kazuma was hardcore chanting Yankee Doodle towards the end of yesterday. The only way he could have raised up his flag any higher is if he had as if he had talked about playing basketball together. I don't think basketball existed back then. But if he had talked about playing basketball together soon, he'd already be dead. You changed your name. You were for anime. Okay, cool, cool. I love the crew so far, Leia. In terms, like the characters involved in the first case were kind of obnoxious, but I like Ryunosuke a lot. Kazuma's a bro, and a Chad. Our old man professor dude seems all right. His daughter, I'm assuming daughter, seems nice. I like all the people who are actually going to be important so far. At least I assume they're important. Cocoon, I don't think it was even called Cocoon tier. I forget. Do I have that tier list saved still? Let me see 1 second. After I check this, we'll get started. It's been over 7 minutes. We're good. We should be good to start now. People have had ample time. Let me see. What the heck was that tier called? I don't think it was called. Do not think it was called Cocoon tier. Oh, it was called Extraterritorial Rights tier. Pro Help remembers better than I do. Yeah, it wasn't Cocoon tier. It was Extraterritorial Rights tier, and it was actually not alone. Apollo Case 3 and Investigations 1 Case 5 are both at Extraterritorial Rights tier. Yeah. Okay, I feel less bad now. Yeah, I think this first one might be in there. But then again, I don't know. I'd have to think about it, because it was good. Up until the first objection. That case should have ended after Ryunosuke's first objection. That felt like a natural stopping point. And then instead we talked about steak for 2 more hours. If not for that, it'd be a lot higher. So I might be able to whittle it down to bad, but I don't know. We'll think about all this once I'm done with these two. Alrighty. Enough about case 1. Brighter pastures. Case 2. Let's fucking go. Oh, no, we didn't need to override. I just saved. We're good. I just can back out, right? There we go. They show us... Oh... They show us other cases further down? Oh. I don't like that. I don't like that. I'm gonna avoid looking at those. Episode 2, The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band. Start from the beginning? Absolutely. Where else would I start? Yeah, I accidentally scrolled over to him, but I didn't actually read it. I didn't read what any of those said. I'm not going to read what any of those say.
In a corner of that small, dark room, Sholmes and I waited with bated breath. In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss.
The cases are all Sherlock Holmes titles? Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness.
Sholmes!
You see it, Wilson? He yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern shutter, and the room slowly came into view.
They have to.
Sholmes was staring intently at one particular
It's incredibly silly, but they have to.
The victim's most perplexing final words.
Copyright's a
The
bitch.
speckled band. I believe this is the terrible coil to which you referred, Wilson. In front of us was an
Also
enormous
continuing
dagger,
Watson to Wilson.
its fangs bared as it threatened to strike.
So we know how he's going to be involved with the plot.
Was the most
His
terrible
partner
speckled band I
got
had
killed
ever
by a
seen.
thought. Merci, Monsieur Leblanc. January 9th. Very early in the morning. I'm tired just looking at that time. Why would you... No.
So then, let us unravel this mystery.
Yeah, this seems historically
And
accurate.
discover what events led to this curious murder.
Is that Terry's ancestor? Oh my god!
The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man
Oh, I'm
was
sad
seized.
now.
No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery. In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor.
Oh my god, it's Leon upside down.
Almost certainly with the ink from this upset bottle.
Invisible ink?
A Russian word. So, the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was Compass
Detective Conan?
This is a most extraordinary script.
Why you hate case closed?
And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message.
I love watching the actual plot of the show never get resolved ever. I love the fact that enough time has passed that he's grown up back to his natural age 5 times over, but is still a
This seal
kid.
was placed just prior to the incident by the victim himself, I would venture. Well, what have we here?
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
What is
No one
that
must touch
accent?
before maritime police come. We must wait.
That won't be necessary.
I'll always
You
think
see,
they're
In
beautiful.
less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
Alright, Joseph Joestar.
Don't be absurd. This is murder. I need cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Who are you, and where have you come from?
I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world. Herlock Sholmes. I presume you must have heard of me.
You don't look a thing like Robert Downey Jr. I don't believe you. My head is throbbing! Knees weak, mom spaghetti! What's going on? Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. I swear to God if Kazua's dead. Please, game, you don't have to do this. It doesn't have to be this way. Wait a minute, I can't move! Oh. We zero escape now. What the? Why am I in handcuffs? So you wake up now, hmm? Whom? Oh, okay. We had to drag you out of the wardrobe. I do not believe you could wake up. I do not believe how you could not wake up. You are a cold-blooded man. You? Am I seriously being accused of murder again already? Oh no. Ah, you found me then! Oh, okay. Da, we found you! Now you pay, criminal! Their accents were supposed to be Russian, apparently. I never would have called that. How long are you hiding in that tiny wardrobe, sorry. Now you've been found. It's time to admit your crimes. Unless you find out how cold the ocean is, No, I'll tell you everything! Only one thing I'd like to know from you. Isn't that... Oh. Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? I swear to fucking God, if Cosmo's dead, I'm gonna choke a bitch. Mr. Sato? Wait, what did you just say? Take his life? Where is he? Where's Kazuma? The headband's dead. That's even worse! You pretend you do not know. You are wolf in the sheep's pelt. You are the killer. Do not try and make excuses. What? Kazuma-san's body was discovered not long ago. Ah! So much for him being anyone's ancestor. Oh, I was hoping they wouldn't go the obvious route. These motherfuckers. Here in this very cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. His body? Is there something wrong with my mic? Yes. I tried to fix it. This is me trying to fix it, and it clearly did not work out very well. Especially when I do the mains. What is feedback? I don't know what feedback means. I'm not an audio expert. Just trying to work with what I have. Please! Do not try and tell us you are doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dead? But he can't be! I'm a little quiet now, yeah. 1 second. Overcompensated. Hey, Fusion! Fusion, what are you doing? You're supposed to be in surgery, my dude! We're in pain. And these handcuffs, surely you don't think I'm in the waiting room? Oh, okay. Fair enough. I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-sama's life? Answer me, please! You're in pain too, Fusion? Yeah, I probably should say that when you just came in. You're in actual pain. No! Kazuma. It was just 2 short weeks ago. No, it's not just you, Cat. Spice was having issues too. It's something in it's some combination of the fact that I have to have my fan on because it's 90 degrees outside, and me messing with the settings trying to compensate for the peaking issue that's been getting worse because of said, I don't know. Nothing I can do about it without a better mic, so just gonna have to live with it. Just like we're just gonna have to live with the fact that Kazuma's fucking dead. Can hear something like an echo. Motherfucker. R.I.P. Bozo. All Might know. This means nothing to me out of context. Well, no. If literally everybody is saying it's an issue, no, it's not just something we're gonna live with. Since Pump's mad about it, I mean, it's too late now. Pump can try to defend my shitty audio all he wants. But if literally everyone else is complaining about it, then clearly something's wrong. Talking. Loud noises. Like, nothing, like, none of the even meters make sense with my current setup. Like, I've got everything turned down so low. I should be very, very quiet right now on the actual output. And yet, according to my interface, I'm peaking every time I speak. Which I doubt is actually true. What do I sound like right now? Besides quiet. Is the audio peaking at all? Am I okay to yell loudly? Ah! Yes, me. Not the game. I'm not doing anything to the game. The game audio should be the same. A little fussy, but okay, that's not good. That's not what I fucking need. Finally to say we would like Dr. Girlfriend, lovely lady. Oh, she's great. She's absolutely grand. Classy, classy lady. It buzzes when I yell, but not as much as before. God fucking damn it. 1 second. I'm gonna look up the old picture. When I first got this thing and messed with the settings, I took pictures of the settings so that I always remember like what my very first default was. And that's what I usually go back to anytime stuff like this happens. Ecliptic Amric, thank you. Yeah, I am fussy. 1 second. I'm just gonna put it on the defaults and whatever happens, happens. And I can knock stuff over, so that's nice. Alright. 1 second. Oh my god, I turned the fan down. Why is it still so loud? Why is there still so much background noise from the fan? Holy shit, well if it's not gonna help anyway, never mind. I was willing to turn down the fan a notch and fucking die. But since it doesn't actually seem to remove any of the background noise, since it still seems to be just as loud on the highest setting, then we're gonna then fuck it. Better now? Better now? Okay, alright. Okay. My friend's fucking dead! Are you sure about this? Won't I get in trouble? Don't you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else could you come to England with me to study? God damn it. No, I turned it back up, Leia, like I said. I can, like, measure the audio signal, and, like, there was exactly as much extra background noise coming through with it on medium as there was with it on low. So screw it, I put it back on medium. He was such a good boyfriend. Maybe this game's just bad. Maybe this game's just wrong and awful. It was really something else when they brought your luggage in here earlier, though. The way that Russian crewman just tossed your traveling case onto the floor? I thought I was gonna fucking die! My fans what's blowing his headband. It is coming from the right direction. Yes, I still can't quite believe that. I really didn't think you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. You're so tiny. You must be even less of a man than you look. Hey! I get it, I'm the Omega. I thought I'd broken every bone in my body. My dead boyfriend called me a twink. Well, it's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. But if you confine yourself to any cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. I hope not. I get the feeling those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. What I want to know is, why do I need to keep it a secret from the young lady? From our faithful judicial assistant, Biko Toba, you mean? From your close friend, more to the point, surely we could confide in her, wouldn't we? I don't believe she'd give me away. No, but if she knew what we'd done, that would make her guilty by association. Hey, JC, no worries, you haven't missed anything. You missed me fucking around trying to fix my mic. And also being very upset about Kasuma dying. It's for the best that only you and I know about this. I suppose so. Anyway, it's about time that the steward is supposed to come in and clean the cabin. I know it's crap, but you'd better get in there, I think. It won't be for long. And anyway, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze. Yes, but what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? Then I'll be in for it. Stop worrying. Not keep worrying. I tell you what, why don't you write keep out or something on this piece of paper? What? Then I can stick it over the wardrobe doors once you're inside. I don't know. That sounds like inviting people to luck. We've only been at sea for about 15 days. How can this have happened? We were supposed to be going on this adventure to England together. We leave you at next port. Stay quiet until then. Do not make more trouble for yourself. Murderer! No, I am not a murderer. I would not kill my boyfriend. Ah, you said before. You said you admit everything about your crimes. No, that's not right. I mean, yes, I did stow away on the ship, but murdering my best friend, are you high? No one else could have done it. Admit truth. Susato-san? Please, tell me what happened. I need to know. Very well. But there's something I'd like to ask of you, too. Those eyes. She looks like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare's getting worse by the minute. Suppose all I can do is try and find out what really happened. Is he actually dead? Please say psych. He really has been killed, hasn't he? This isn't just a bad dream? It was supposed to be their honeymoon! And these handcuffs, they think I did it? They think I'm Kazuma's killer. When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside. What do you mean? There's no access to the cabin via the porthole window, and the bolt on the door can't be operated from the outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped these four walls. What? Or to put it another way, the culprit can only have been somebody inside this cabin. Or do you have some other explanation, besides the wrath of God once again being upon us? If the stream dies, you know why. The thunder is back, and it is angry. It's almost as angry as my mic peaking. This is impossible. How did he die then? What happened exactly? Are you still going to deny the charge even despite the circumstances? Please, Susato-san, you have to tell me. The cause of death is still undetermined. They don't know how he died? The ship's doctor is examining the body, but of course there's no post-mortem analysis experience. I don't suppose we shall learn more until an expert's been consulted at our next port of call. So presumably that means there were no obvious external signs of injury then. That's true, yes. Wrath of God is angry about Cosmo's death. Goddamn right. I was really hoping. Like, I was joking about it yesterday, but like, I was really hoping they wouldn't go down that road. Because it was so obvious. Like, I have not seen somebody wave that many flags at the same time since Tenko Danganronpa. Ugh. Cursed Phoenix for the future. Everything is genetic. Facial expressions, relationships with mentors, relationships with younger female assistants. It's all connected. Can't anyone tell me what actually happened here in this cabin? I don't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma? Presumably that's something you know the answer to better than anyone. Please. Whatever you say, you were in the cabin after all. Well, yeah, I was, but... I was gonna say, except this is a twofer. Ryunosuke lost his boyfriend and mentor. Phoenix just lost his mentor. He would always wake before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. Any warriors up and ready to block spoilers? Pump's here, but he doesn't know the game that well. Minato was here. He's gone now. Actually, no. Yeah, you know it, Leia? Okay. You'll keep an ear out? Alrighty. Thank you. Appreciate it. Game don't like the gays. We're gonna have to end racism and homophobia. So be it. I was sitting outside his cabin, and I have every day so far on this voyage. But this morning, he did not come. I could sense that he wouldn't. Does that mean he was already dead when Susato-san arrived at his cabin door, I wonder? I knocked, but there was no reply. Then I started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew. The crewman forced the cabin door open, and when we managed to get inside... I hate everything. Speaking of Danganronpa... There was Kazuma-sama collapsed on the floor. Spoiler, Ryu and Kaz are really gay. Stu, what the fuck? Why would you do this to me? The white tape there now shows exactly where it was found, I suppose. I had no idea anything had happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow. I wish it wasn't the case, but that's very hard to believe. This is all very hard to believe for me too, lady! Trust me! Now I've told you everything that I know, so it's my turn to ask you a question. Yes, alright. Ugh, my head feels so heavy. It's still throbbing like anything. Why were you even aboard the ship, Naruhodo-san? You said something before about being a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, yeah, I'm afraid that's true. It's 2 weeks since we left Japan now. I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time. I had no idea. But how could you have occupied Kazuma-sama's cabin for so long without him noticing? No, that would have been impossible, obviously. Yes, of course, silly me. Kazuma invited me. He wanted us to go to England and get married together. He actually asked you? But why? I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. I don't understand. She's very cute. Kazuma, why do you want this? What's the real reason? Why go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you? Because I love you and can't live without you? Fucking duh! It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I? That you want to become a lawyer yourself. Well, yeah, you did say that, but I didn't think you were serious. You have a talent for it, I can assure you of that. But I've never really thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is the spearhead of cultural development, the center of the world in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? Well, no, definitely not. But on a personal level, if you were to become a lawyer, then what? Nothing. Forget it. Oh, gee, Edgeworth a little bit. Kazuma-san he was always saying the same thing. That he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought that he could do that with you. Yes, maybe. But something's still bothering me a little. So yes, that he's gonna change his career for his gay lover, just like Phoenix. I'm telling ya, it's all genetic. The look in his eyes back then. It was darker than I've ever seen it before. Susato-san. I'm sorry we kept it a secret from you. My stowing away in the ship, I mean. If I know Kazuma-sama, I expect he was trying to protect me, to avoid me becoming guilty by association. That's exactly right, yeah. Word perfect, in fact. If you're not the culprit, then tell me. What happened here last night in this cabin? Well, the thing is, I don't really remember. Kazuma brought me something to eat, just like he always did. And then I got myself into that wardrobe over there, just like I always did. After that, I fell asleep. Well, yes. So deeply that you didn't even stir when Kazuma-san was killed? Yeah, apparently. I was gonna say Leia, thank you. Empray, clearly. We don't know enough about this world. This is weird Japanifornia land. Empray could exist, we don't know. We've not been told specifically it doesn't. Life finds a way. I think you're too young to know what happened to this cabin last night. I was gonna say, she's only like 16, right? Yeah. Proto Maya. In several ways. They held hands and now Ryu is carrying his unborn child. Oh, you hate to see it. Single parents. It's not easy. I know it sounds unbelievable. Really, I do, but it's the truth. If only I'd woken up, then perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. And for some reason, my head's still throbbing, like anything. Really? Something wrong? Oh, no, it's, please forget it. Susato-san, you have to believe me. I didn't do it. I really don't want to doubt you. But the trouble is, there's no one else who could possibly have done this. Ugh. Kazuma, I don't understand. Why? Why must I get sip? Also, hi, Blanco. Why did this have to happen? I can't take this. Don't try and go anywhere. You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. I can't allow that to happen. I'm sorry, but Cosmo was killed right under my nose here, and I didn't do anything to stop it. And now I'm supposed to just sit around, my hands tied, while whoever did this walks free? No, I can't allow that to happen. Well, what do you propose to do then? I'm going to investigate. I'm going to find out exactly what happened here. I'm going to work out who took Cosmo's life, and how and why they did it. I'm so sorry, but you're going to have to excuse me. Hey! Jesus! Neo Aikido! What the? That was the wrath of God, you hear it? That was a Susato takedown. A Susato what now? What martial art form is that? I'm going to need you to prove it. I'm sorry, prove it? Yes, your innocence. I need evidence. How am I supposed to do that? Have you forgotten already? What you achieved just a few weeks ago? You successfully defended yourself in a court of law. That's fucking Aikido. That's fucking Aikido. I do miss our old girls, definitely. I'm open. I don't dislike this girl so far. But yeah. But I do miss the Trucies and the Mayas. Oh, God. Y'all hear that? That made my TV blink. Only my TV. Nothing else blinked. It was weird. The internet didn't blink either this time, thankfully. Okay. If anything dies at one point, that's why. Yeah, Tenko's ancestor, definitely. If this keeps up, Maya's got a competition for most times accused of murder. Outstanding. Hope it'll be alright. Here's hoping. Knock on wood. Don't smite me, God. I'm sorry. I'm sorry my mic was fuzzy and that I yelled a lot over Kazuma dying. I just like the boy. Forgive me. Oh, I see. Can I do a British Maya? It could be important later. Hello, Governor! British Maya here! Not really. She's expecting me to present some conclusive evidence. I have to get Susano-san to believe me. I'll show her some evidence right now that proves I'm not guilty of this awful crime. Either this somehow proves that I couldn't have opened the door, or I'm gonna say my pin, my badge, effectively, and be all honorable and cool. Well, try the badge.
Yes!
Alright then, how about this? You can't trick me with something irrelevant like that. Oh. Silly me. Something more convincing. Otherwise she'll throw me on the floor again. The way you're looking at me, I think perhaps I didn't throw you hard enough. No, it was definitely hard enough. Let me show you something else. Alright. The paper then.
Yes!
Peeking a bit, nothing I can do about it. I repeat, this thing has a setting specifically designed to stop me from peeking. It is turned all the way down. It still happens. Either I'm just literally too loud for the interface to comprehend, or some combination of the settings with my fan and my current mic, and nothing I can do about it. Tell me when I was discovered in the wardrobe before. Was this piece of paper stuck over the doors? Oh, yes it was. I remember it clearly. I thought so. Kazuma always put it in place whenever I went to sleep in there. Just in case the cabin steward or another crew member decided to look inside. So naturally, he did the same last night as well.
Yes, of course. The gentleman who discovered you peeled that sign from the wardrobe doors.
Can't I move the mic further from my mouth? And then I'm quiet and you can't hear me at all, Jet. This is me when the mic's not near me. It sounds echoey and weird, right? Ow. This thing also can't stand up properly anymore. I couldn't have climbed back inside his wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own.
Yes, that's quite true.
In other words, it's impossible that I killed Kazuma.
Well, even if you are sprawled helplessly on the floor, I can see why Kazuma-san thought so highly of you.
Thank you, Susato-san. Now, I think perhaps you can help me up. You being upside down is starting to fuck with my head.
Well, in light of that evidence, I don't see any reason why I could stop you from investigating here at least.
Thank you. So you finally believe me?
I'm sorry, but no.
What?
I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you used some sort of conjuring trick to put the sign back in position.
What does she think I am, a magician? My family will never have any association with magicians ever, thank you very much.
For now, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. I'll do the same.
Alright, let's get to work, Susato-san.
Please don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts.
Oh.
I shall be watching you to make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. I wouldn't want you using your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence, for example.
Right. Well, anyway. Should make a start on investigating here. Examine everything I can. Kazuma, I swear, I will avenge your death. Oh, his sword. The fuck is that? Bones? That's my dinner from last night, a roast chicken. It was really tasty.
Yes, it was very delicious, wasn't it? But did you eat it on the floor?
I'm not a dog, Susato-san. I ate at the table, of course. Which begs the question, when and how did the plate end up on the floor?
But Kazuma-san didn't like chicken at all, did he?
No, that's right, so he didn't touch it. Which meant all the more for me.
Oh no, does that mean poor Kazuma-sama spent his last night on Earth with an empty belly? Truly the greatest tragedy of all. It's just too horrible.
I suddenly feel like I have a guilty conscience and an achy stomach. Pet play, pet play.
Oh dear, that won't do.
What's the matter, Susato-san?
Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused I forget to look around properly.
Yeah, that's not good.
I don't suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard, are you, Naruhodo-san? Sure you're giving a look around using the D-pad, aren't you?
I still don't know what that is!
Let's investigate all corners of this cabin.
Yes, let's do that. But my field of vision has been rather small until now. Alright, so between this and that, I'm guessing signs of a struggle, obviously. I've investigated thoroughly, but I can't find anything out of place. Okay. Sure.
There's nothing on this table at all. The plate and cutlery are all over the floor for some reason.
Yeah, it's strange. Last night when I went to sleep, I'm sure everything was still... No, wait a minute.
What is it?
That's funny. I can't seem to remember anything about what happened after dinner at all.
So then perhaps you are responsible for what happened to Kazuma-sama.
No, I didn't mean it like that. Good God. I mean that I was doobied. Roofied. Did we have roofies back then? We do now. Seigi, the word for justice. Brushstrokes are straight and true, just like Kazuma.
Yes, his calligraphy was always a reflection of his heart. And yet can you really look at those characters without feeling shame knowing who drew them so thoughtfully?
Of course I can! I mean, I'm innocent, so why should I be able to?
Even though you stowed away on the ship?
Now you're gonna bring that up, aren't you? I can't win. It was his idea!
Oops.
Why is my butt sore? Kazuma, why would you go this far? You had a committed mutual relationship, dude. What the fuck? Didn't have to roofie him. He'd do it willingly. He's done it willingly. Giggity. What do you think this is? Looks like a broken piece of glassware. Whatever that thing is, it appears to have broken clean in two.
The glass is such a beautiful color. Looks like a cute little Natsuke fastener from a kimono outfit.
Not sure that sounds like Kazuma. He wouldn't have secretly carried a cute little trinket like this around with him, would he?
And the mark beside it, what is it, I wonder? It was sort of a brick-like hue.
Yeah, you're right. It's the color of brick, isn't it? Even though I don't see anything of the same color anywhere else in this cabin. He was sleep fucking. Oh God, that is somnophilia. Hey, thank you, Spice, for updating the autopsy report. 18 months. Good God, thank you so much. Yay for the subiversary, boo for dead boyfriends. I agree. Yeah, Kazuma, that is somnophilia, and unless you've discussed it beforehand, that is non-consensual. I'm going to have to report you to the police. Nah. Did Kazuma write that before he died? Looks like it's written in ink. Kazuma Asugi, Japan's straightest gay man. Good for him. Good for him. What a Chad.
He must have knocked the ink pot over the desk when he collapsed on the floor.
Then I suppose this was a message he wrote by dipping his finger in the spellage.
Poor Kazuma-sama. No doubt he was in terrible pain. It's almost unbearable to imagine it.
I suppose he was trying to leave some kind of a clue in his final moments, was he? I'm sorry, partner. I can't read your writing. Oh.
I don't think that's Japanese, Naruhodo-san.
What? Then what language is it?
It pains me to admit it, but I don't know.
It's not a foreign script I'm familiar with. What does it mean, I wonder? I was gonna say, I actually... Rick saying, I wonder what those mysterious letters spell. I actually can't tell. I'm also apparently not actually getting to keep any of this as evidence. That's troubling.
This is a very large traveling case, isn't it?
Yeah, it carries a lot of memories for me.
Memories? What do you mean?
Well, that's actually how I stowed away in this vessel. I was brought on board inside that case.
Ah, yes, I see it says this way up in Japanese.
Which, in hindsight, should have realized the foreigner crewman wouldn't be able to read. I was turned over and over and over. Then I was tossed on the floor in here.
Oh, dear. Being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds, is it?
Well, it was less painful than a Susato takedown. The books have fallen over on the shelf. Look, they're all toppled the same way.
And what's this, a statue of some god of the sea? Although he's fallen over as well.
Yeah, it's almost like the whole shelf has been ransacked. Everything not mowed down at once. It clearly says 11037. Oh, silly me, silly me.
I wonder if perhaps it was Kazuma-san doing his morning sword training, do you think?
I seriously doubt it.
Then perhaps it was you, Naruhodo-san, in a fit of rage.
I wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few books in a statue. Could the way these things have been thrown around have anything to do with the case, though, I wonder?
Well, I'll just set everything straight again. I don't like to see a mess.
That's tampering with evidence.
So, this your first day on the job or what?
That's not gonna bite us in the ass at all, I'm sure.
This is where dear Kazuma-san would have sat whenever he was writing.
Susato, more like Sus Sato. London Diary. Poor Kazuma, he didn't even make it to his destination.
It looks as though the last entry is incomplete.
Surgery gonna be a while away now, Fusion? Oh, God. I mean, I guess it is emergency surgery, so it wouldn't be right away. But yeah, dude. Just gonna be stuck waiting in the waiting room until then? God, I'm so sorry. But from London to Japan is insane, or vice versa, yeah. Yeah, that's a big-ass trip. Which means what? He was in the middle of writing when the incident happened? Let's see what it says. Could be a valuable clue.
Hiya! That's out of the question!
What?
Kazuma-sama may have departed this world, but you must not read his private thoughts!
It's a fucking journal that may be relevant to the case, not a goddamn Barbie dream diary! What if it's something important? Alright, I won't read it, fine.
Poor Kazuma-sama.
I don't like prying into people's personal matters either. But in this case, the need for clues more important. Ay. Pretty sneaky, sis.
I think it's some kind of opening for a ventilator. Brain ventilation. A hole through which fresh air can circulate into the cabin.
Isn't that a little odd?
What do you mean?
Well, this ventilator, if that's what it is, looks like it must connect next to the next door cabin. Sasato? Venting?
Yes, it would appear you're right.
But if its purpose is to allow fresh air into the room, then surely it should be connected to the outside.
That's true. Perhaps it's so that rain and spray don't find their way in where the seas are rough or something like that.
I suppose. Maybe that's it. Oh no. How'd he do that? The fuck is that? That wasn't there. I do not think he has been here the whole time. Spider walk. As far as I can tell, he looks European. Or gay. You never know. Legally Blonde reference. I've never seen that musical. Oh, how did he... You've noticed the man too, have you?
No, I haven't. I don't see anything wrong here. Nothing out of place whatsoever.
I have no idea who he is or how he got in here, but he looks suspicious. And tall. Suspiciously tall!
Naruhodo-san, don't tell me. Do you really not know who that is?
No. I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances, no. He doesn't look like a member of the crew. There's something very unusual about him. He doesn't trust tall people. He's a twink. He's investigating Kazuma's desk. Just what does he play? or is he just playing on it? I can't tell. He's only 5'3". Oh, oh, he's a babby.
Well, in that case, we simply must talk with him.
Am I just imagining her to look almost uncontrollably excited?
By the way, I expected you would have noticed already, but just in case, if you press A on people when they're in crosshairs, you can converse with them.
Alright then, I'll get that suspiciously tall gentleman in my sights and see what he has to say for himself. He's shorter than Kokichi, oh god.
Oh, please do.
So long as Kazuma isn't using the Edgeworth voice anymore. Iggy voice? Who is Iggy? Has anyone who is Iggy? Ignatz from Three Houses? He didn't really have a voice. Nobody in Three Houses had a voice. If Kazuma ain't gonna be here anymore, it's probably gonna come out sounding closer to that than anything. FF. Final Fantasy. Oh! Reshipair. Yes, my bad. Iggy is a nickname for too many characters. He's 5'6". Point still stands. That's still short. He is still baby. All right. I don't think I'm ready for this. Excuse me. Excuse me! You have a minute? Most obnoxious British accent ever. You're going in now, Fusion. Best of luck, dude. I'll be thinking about you. Hope it goes well. Get better soon.
Do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ?
What? Kazuma was only 5'9"? Oh my god, they're both babies. Shh! This is a critical point in my investigation. Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems a little, unfriendly.
Yes, perhaps that would be for the best.
Greetings!
Too fast! A little too fast!
Hope I haven't kept you waiting long. What are you doing on Kazuma's desk just now? What was that pose? Ah, I see. Fascinating. Sorry? What do you see? It feels like he's looking right through me. Oh, yes, everything is clear now. The train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have crystallized. You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive. Just recently returned, if I'm not mistaken. Yes! You can tell by my traditional Afghani headdress. Sorry? What? Herlock Sholmes is 6'0", so he's much taller. Okay, yes. Tall man. Tall himbo. And now, whilst venturing forward towards climbs, you find yourself in a most troubling predicament. Oh. I mean, that part's true, at least.
But how?
How the deuce did I know that, perhaps? It was really a most elementary deduction, hardly worth explaining.
Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else?
But of course, a great many things. There is no mystery, my dear madam. For example, you have fled your native land of Russia, being as you are a merciless revolutionary. Tell me more. You have 16 victims of assassination in your wake, and now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. And when the bare-boned occupant of this very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life too. Yes, I believe that summarizes the facts beautifully. No need to hide the truth now. Nothing deceives these eyes. Just to be clear, you're talking about me, right? Certainly I am. Do you see another in this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name? I don't know, man. I think Susato fits that bill better than me. I don't even see one person who fits that bill! Is he Lang's ancestor? Is Lang descended from Sherlock Holmes? That makes me physically uncomfortable.
So it's true. It was you who did this to Kazuma-san.
Kazuma-sama. Whatever.
I can't believe you were a Russian assassin all this time and you never told your best friend. You monster!
What?
And you're plotting a revolution.
Oh my god. Oh, honey, no. Perfect voice. Oh, thank you, JC. As long as it pleases and sparkles. I constantly worry. Thank you very much for the 5. I constantly worry that we got another comment just today, somebody quoting what I said yesterday about the Phoenix voice, when I said, like, anyone who had any objections, the boat sailed on that one, and somebody just was like, they quoted that and said, how? I'm like, because there's been, like, 6 playthroughs now, and nobody ever spoke up about it that harshly, and I'm so used to it that it's not gonna change now. How what? But yeah, as long as we're happy, this is fine. Oh, Chisato, honey, no.
It's shameful behavior, Naruhodo-san. Absolutely wicked.
No! Listen, there's no out.
Now explain yourself. Tell me everything.
This is ridiculous. Do I look Russian and/or Afghanistan to you?
How could you do it?
For pity's sake, open your eyes, woman! I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously.
Oh, forgive me.
As for you, what the fuck kind of deduction was that? You're just saying the first thing that popped into your head. Ah, but was I not right? Whilst venturing towards foreign climes, you find yourself in a most troubling predicament, do you not? I mean, yeah, that's literally the only accurate part you said. Ha ha, there you have it, you see. What do you make of that, hmm? I mean, yeah, I guess 1 out of 100's not bad. To be honest, Sebastian's ancestor! That would also make a lot of sense. Because Sebastian didn't improve until character development happened. Oh, no. To be perfectly honest... This ship is en route to England, and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of a murder. So I'm not really sure you could call it deduction. It's more like plain observation. Indeed! And observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles, you see. I announce my findings with brassy certitude. And more often than not, I'm right! I don't think you've introduced yourself. Can I get a resume or a business card or... Ah, my apologies. How remiss of me. I am none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to men and women all over the world. The imitatable Sherlock Holmes! Herlock Sholmes! I am going to go back and forth on this. I mentioned it yesterday. I apologize to whichever way you prefer it. I'm probably gonna say Holmes just because pop culture osmosis is a thing and that's what you want to say. But also, I think he might be fucking dumb, and thus it's funnier to call him Sholmes. Oh no, he's hot and cute. Oh no! This game really out here making people simp for Sherlock Holmes? Oh dear. Robert Downey Jr. did it first. Why is Aang at the Olympics?
So, it's really you? The actual Herlock Sholmes?
The very same. The imitatable, actual Herlock Sholmes. Do you know this man, Susato?
The most famous detective in the world, Naruhodo-san? Of course I do! There's nobody who hasn't heard of him.
What planet have I been living on, then?
We must ask him what he seduced. He will have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure.
Really? Why do I feel uneasy about that? Just ignore him. Ignore him and maybe he'll go away. So you're a great detective, are you? Sorry, but what was your name again? Indeed, I am none other than the one and only Herlock Sholmes. I see. You're German? Herlock, was it? Isn't that an anime? No, I have no hair. I mean, I have hair. Please, call me Sholmes. You can read all about my exploits in this exciting London publication.
Oh yes, Rand's magazine, full of wonderful short stories and articles from Great Britain. I never miss an issue. I sent it from England especially. I have it sent from England especially.
Why is he such a mood? He really is a big mood. On that note, he is an emote now, just in case. In case no one knows. Like, oh yeah, I never did. I meant to post him along with the announcement in the Discord, but I didn't. Yeah. Surprise Ryunosuke is now an emote in the Discord. So you're the protagonist in a series of short stories, then? Indeed I am! And you've read so many of your own stories that you've started to think you really are a detective? Make no mistake, I'm not the poor deluded fellow you take me for. Your inference is backward. Backward? My trusty biographer records my greatest deducting achievements and chronicles them in the magazine. Detecting, not deducting. You have a biographer, do you? Doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson, presently keeping shop in London. Someone didn't get the memo. Dr. Wilson? You think? Why do you not know that he was in Japan? Nobody got the letter, apparently. I must say, thanks to that publication, I've been fascinatingly busy as of late. Fantastically. Why, this very moment, I'm returning from Asia, having solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown. Really? Can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not. He's JoJo posing, man. What's not to take seriously? Deduction, you see, is to me a science. Logical reasoning in its purest form. You don't want him anymore, Pump? Too much for you? I'm so sorry.
Science?
Really? The astute observer notices even the most subtle of reactions in his subject. A furtive glance, a twitch of muscle, the slight inclination of the posture. Fingernails, arm sleeve, furrows in the skin. All these things are data. Right. And the trained logician makes deductions from this data in the blink of an eye. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth. Only one truth prevails. Case closed. As I demonstrated only a short few moments ago. How can he look me in the eye and claim that? So you see, I have a turn for both observation and deduction, and fame. That is what makes me the one and only Herlock Sholmes. I'm learning so much. Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet? Have I managed to deduce anything? My dear fellow! Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in his most cunning hiding place? That's right! It was none other than the great detective before you now, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. I see. In other words, you're why I'm in handcuffs. Thanks, buddy! I miss Kazuma.
When I became anxious about Kazuma-sama this morning, I summoned all of the crew members to force the cabin door open.
And I concealed myself among that number, gaining entry to the scene of the crime. Yes, luckily for everyone, the great detective Herlock Sholmes was on board. And the handcuffs seem to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naruhodo. The very moment I laid eyes on the scene, 2 facts were immediately apparent to me. Oh, really? 2 facts, you say? Mr. Sholmes, please, do tell. What 2 facts were apparent to you when you came into this cabin this morning? Ah, yes, but first, let us be precise. The 2 facts in question were immediately apparent to me. Yeah, you're very smart. Cool. What were they? Allow me to elucidate. I'm British. Blah, blah, blah. The 2 facts I deduced from a mere momentary glance at the scene of the crime were as follows. Number 1, the cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit out of the question. Number 2, the victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with an acquaintance. Is he racist or just stupid? I'm gonna assume just stupid. Can't tell the difference between Russians and Japanese? Hold the fuck up. What made you think the victim was Russian? Please tell me there's a body swap. Please tell me Kazuma's actually still alive somehow. Observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor. That's the Russian word for wardrobe. There are Asian people in Russia? Yeah, no, like, Russia's technically, Russia technically is in Asia, right? So that makes sense. Partly, yeah. La Pepog? Is that how it's pronounced? La Pepog. Or are you just, are you, Jet might just be making it funny. No? Okay, I didn't think so. It was like, you're just saying pog.
Do you really think Kazuma-sama could have left a dying message in Russian?
Garderobe? Garderobe. Okay. In their final moments, many find the native tongue filling to their head. For this young man, it was Russian. Kazuma was Russian, was he? Initially, I considered Garderobe may be the name of the killer. A certain Robert God, perhaps. But in the interest of thoroughness, I decided it would be wrong not to look inside the wardrobe there at least.
Where you found Mr. Naruhodo sleeping soundly.
Quite so. I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer. Why is it that I'm Russian too? I observed that you were wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, you were acquainted. And if my memory serves, that outfit is the traditional dress of the Russian people.
Our school uniforms are of the traditional dress of the Russian people? I had no idea. He's so smart. Oh my god.
Can we shove this dude in the garderobe and move on? And I had no idea a detective could get something so wrong! I took a photograph of the victim and the message, that I might analyze for myself the possible hidden details. So first we had everyone is Korean, then everybody is American, and now everybody is Russian. Okay. This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, before the body was removed. Yeah, Kazuma had already been taken away when I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this. Are there any more Russians I should know about? Duh.
Are you alright, Naruhodo?
Oh, yeah, thank you. Can I ask you something, Mr. Sholmes? What, pray? You mentioned Russia before as well, didn't you? You know, when I said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all that? Ah, yes, the train of reasoning that led me to the truth. You mind explaining that train of reasoning to me? Yes. Certainly, if it interests you. How many I'm not Russian! I don't speak Russian! Konechno? Konechno. Konechno! It's of course, okay. Can you talk about your deduction before? The things you concluded about me, I mean. Oh, CH like in chicken? Okay. Konechno. Okay. The famously accurate troubling predicament you find yourself in. Actually, it was the other details that I was more hoping to discuss. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary and the assassin of 16 part. Ah, yes, the more sordid details. It was a fairly commonplace deduction. Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads... Run, run, Rasputin, dancer of the Russian queen. Revolutionary villain Borstek flees Russia via Shanghai. This Thessalonica port called Shanghai yesterday, and last night the young Russian was murdered. Since when was Kazuma a Russian?
It sounds like Mr. Sholmes has concluded that he was Russian because of what Kazuma-san wrote on the floor.
More like a soft okay. I will we'll try to make note if they keep assuming this guy's being important. It was a simple act of reasoning to realize the culprit of this crime was the same merciless revolutionary. One who would kill the very man who helped him escape after his true identity was discovered. Yes, you. Villain Bolshevik. What? No, 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 no. Come on. How could it be me? I don't look anything like that, man. Look at his face. Well, you are a fearsome revolutionary after all. Therefore, you have no doubt learned to revolutionize your appearance as well. Okay. That hurt my brain! And might I add, your name does not appear on the ship's passenger list. Need I say more? Well, that's because I am a stowaway.
What about the other details? The 16 victims of assassination and blowing up the Crystal Tower?
Ah, yes, the journalist clearly interviewed the man and printed all these particulars in the article. The deeds this man has perpetuated thus far, and those he is plotting. Perpetrated, not perpetuated. Good enough. Too fancy. Everything about this revolutionary Bolshevik was included. There could be no mistake.
Do revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters? I wonder about that.
And what about the part where you said it was just for... I was just returning from Afghanistan? Also quite clearly stated here in the article. Bolshevik is recently returned after a period of subversive activities in the war-torn region of Afghanistan. Where even is it anyway? This Afghanistan place? I never heard of no Afghanistan. Here, take the paper for yourself. A little memento of this great deduction. Ah, thanks. I've absorbed all this is of interest to me within its pages, but I see no rubbish bin nearby. Did he just call me a trash can? And you may find the article on the back page of interest as well. On the back. Cast your eye over it at some time if the interest takes you, though you may need someone to interpret. It's all written in Russian. I couldn't hope to read it. Suppose it wouldn't hurt just to glance at the article, though. Might be a picture or two. All the Russian names here are food puns. Bolshevik is a mix of borscht and Bolshevik, which means hogweed in Russian. Oh god. Dragon Ball Z ass name puns. Before we started talking, you were examining Kazuma's desk, weren't you? Kazuma? Oh yes, the victim. A traditional Russian name.
Did you notice anything useful? Anything at all?
Observe for a moment the desktop of the victim. We see the victim was engaged in penning some text. London diary. Kazuma was keeping notes of the trip. Or Well, he was keeping notes of the trick, but... I don't think you should read his private writings. He could upset people. Afghanistan bit is another Sherlock Holmes reference. When Holmes meets Watson, he actually successfully deduces he's a military doctor. Recently returned from Afghanistan. Oh, really? Since when was Kazuma Russian? I don't know. Where was he going? No. Tragic. Absolutely tragic, pun. Something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading. You mean you've read it already? It's my business to know whether or not people, it's my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese. Oh, I see. Well, you're right, you're about to know what a Susato takedown is. Susato-san, aren't you going to throw a detective in one of your trademark takedowns?
I'm sorry, Naruhodo-san, what on earth do you mean?
Life is unfair! Anyway, to return to the matter at hand, namely this diary belonging to the victim. Snails. It would appear the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author were cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of the writing? Pray to be precise with the details. But I thought you knew Japanese. A smattering, dear boy, a smattering. Sayonara, bonsai, mikado. Nado, nado. I trust you're suitably impressed. Konnichiwa. M.I. Sugoi. Also, I guess, even though it's not midnight yet, the what's it called? The leaderboards have reset for the month. So 1 second, allow me to, adjust those. So that they're not all over the place. How useful is this guy? I mean, he's handsome. That's pretty useful. Right? Right? Ha 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 ha! But this diary is littered with complicated-looking characters, of which I can read precisely none. So why were you trying to show off before?
If you'd be so kind as to show me, I'd be happy to read it to you, Mr. Sholmes.
I'm much obliged, my dear madam.
The final entry here in Kazuma-sama's diary consists of just 2 short sentences. The first reads, 1:23 a.m., I hear a faint whistling sound.
A whistling sound? These are very deep waters. Pray, go on. Oh yeah, now that the dapper Englishman says it's okay to read the dead man's diary, now she's fine with it. I see how it is.
The second sentence reads, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
A speckled band? The fuck does that mean?
I have no idea. I'd never heard that expression before.
The ventilator grill, you say? A man was presumably referring to that incredibly suspicious thing. The lattice there on the wall, which connects to the adjoining cabin. Yeah, the adjoining cabin. So I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being, at least.
Do you have somewhere to go?
As it happens, the victim's writings in his diary have piqued my interest. The matter warrants further investigation, I believe. And if I am still too long, the seasickness takes hold.
Oh, I suppose. You're thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to?
Great detective skills are a curious breed. Our minds rebel at stagnation. We crave mental exaltation. So yes, I intend to investigate. Hence, the truth will become clear soon enough. I can't believe Susato was a simp for Sherlock Holmes. Do you think perhaps I could go with you? No. No, that would be somewhat complicated. What? Why? A simple glance at your wrist should reveal the answer. Oh. Right. Can't you just handcuff your other hand to mine? Like Elle in Life from Death Note? They'll write slash fic about us. I need a new boyfriend with mine fucking dead. Why do I know all these anime that don't exist yet? After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter, no? There's no point in trying to turn it into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection that maybe you was the culprit at any point. So you think I'm a Russian assassin, but you don't think I actually killed this you don't think I actually killed Kazuma. Okay. You must be joking! You just said it only a moment ago! Dear me, you are clearly misguided. I would have no cause to say such a thing.
Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that too.
You're quite sure? Well, that's very strange. I wouldn't have said you had the face of a criminal, you know. Not really. Okay, so he's got the same mental disorder as Sukkot from Star Trek Deep Space Nine, where he's just constantly rewriting his own history in his head. Gaslighting himself. I guess also like Toto from Jujutsu would be a good example. Episode title. Oops, all himbos! So what were you looking at my knees before? Some great detective you are. Well, anyway, that was then and this is now. What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. If you're the culprit, then you must play the part more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate. Now he's just being plain fucking rude. And off he goes, having just laughed in my face. What a nice guy. His sense of humor is as twisted as his name. At least they acknowledge it. Give me the other boyfriend. What a downgrade.
Naruhodo-san, what are you just standing there for? We must go investigate the cabin next door as well.
Aren't you forgetting something? What about these? No way I can...
Hiya! After Kazuma-san spent his dying moments struggling to leave us a clue, you're willing to give up? You're just going to roll over and accept your fate?
Stop quoting the dumb man. You're not really giving me a choice on the rolling over part. I think we still have some investigation to finish off here first, don't we? Let's carry on examining to see if we can, carry on examining what we can in this cabin while we wait for a chance to slip next door. Yeah.
Good idea.
Situation doesn't look good for me, but there are still things I can do to help myself. And I owe it to Kazuma to do everything I can to find a way out of this. And bring the real culprit to justice. Sir, did you see anything suspicious? Excuse me? Bob! I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Would you mind if I investigate a little outside? Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes. But it's not true, I see. I'm sorry? The criminal asking prison guard to help him escape. Very funny. We're in the middle of the sea. There's no chance I could escape. Nyat! You'll stay in cabin until next port. Then it's up to Hong Kong police to decide what they do with you. You'll stay. Alright. No point trying to appeal to this man's better nature, that's for sure. Hope she gets development because her just bullying Ryu and speak for Sholmes. Yeah, it could get old very quick. Here are these rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Berea.
It's essentially a list of requests from the captain to all passengers on board. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden.
What? Why are you staring at me?
Oh, sorry, I was just thinking. Are you more of a dangerous object or a pet? I can't decide.
Well, one thing's for sure. Either way, I wasn't supposed to be in here. I mean, they could have been into pet play. We don't know. We don't know the exact details of the relationship. No imposter yet. Although we have established that Sherlock Holmes is an idiot.
When I went for help and the crewman forced the door open.
I saw the Kokomi leak. Yeah, she can walk on water. Only during her burst, though. It is very cool, though. I want her a lot. I want all the upcoming characters a lot at this point. I'm in big trouble.
This bolt has been firmly closed.
Quite a small bolt. Not particularly sturdy. Just slides across to secure the door shut. But still, with the door bolted, there'd be no way to get in or out of the cabin, that's for sure. No wonder everyone suspects me. When she glares at me like that, I feel all tense up and down my spine. I remember reading once in a detective novel. The culprit used a needle and a thread to draw out a bolt from across the room in a situation like this.
Yes, that's a clever trick, isn't it? I'm an avid reader of detective stories myself. But the door of this cabin and its frame are made of metal, and they seal together perfectly. There'd be no possibility of using that needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid.
Raiden's growing on you too with all the comics of you. Yeah, even Raiden's growing on me. Even Sarah's growing on me. It's awful. All those reruns, all those months of no content, and then all of a sudden they have to put all these cool characters back to back. Ugh, they know exactly what they're doing. When she glares at me like that, I feel pins and needles all up and down my spine. Oh, look over there.
The crewman, you mean? He wasn't there before, was he?
That's what I thought.
Why don't we try talking to him?
Probably because I'm very likely to get yelled at again, but I suppose I could try. Excuse me, sir. Oh, that's adorable. I like Raiden being the baby of the group. Is that?
Something wrong, Naruhodo-san?
Oh, no, it's just that crewman standing by the door. I can't help but feel like I've seen him somewhere before.
Oh, yes, you're right. He does look familiar. Excuse me, sir.
Yes, what can I do for you? Oh, no! Oh, no! Are you really gonna be a reoccurring character? Oh, no! Dude! You're incompetent and you're dying of tuberculosis, probably. Fucking retire! No! I don't want him to be our gumshoe. I recognize that face, but no. No, it can't be. And now he's stuck with the awful Shelly, coupleless Shelly voice. It is!
I didn't know you were here, Inspector Hosonaga.
Hello again. What are you doing here? I think that should be my line. I was stunned when I saw you. My heart stopped.
Nearly stopped, I hope.
I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew and aboard this ship. Again?
You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector.
If there's anything I can do to help you, please ask. Never expected to see this man on board. Perhaps his presence can help me out of this hopeless situation. So what are your special orders around this time, Inspector? Is it to learn how to tell what when you see blood?
Why are you dressed as a member of the crew?
I'm sorry. This is all my fault. I take full responsibility. For what? My orders were to act as Asoki-san's bodyguard. Too stupid to notice blood on a plate. Conceals evidence. Gets assigned as a bodyguard. And the person he's supposed to guard gets killed. Does this man have any redeeming qualities whatsoever? I know he's dying of tuberculosis, but that's not an excuse. You should be off the force. Do they even know what tuberculosis is yet? They might not know what He was a good waiter. You know what? He was a good waiter. He was apparently a good waiter. He should probably go back to that. It was Minister of Justice Chichoku who pushed for this overseas study tour to go ahead. And he entrusted me with ensuring that Asoki-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated. What was that growl? Just frustration? Just pure frustration with this character. I have not seen someone this incompetent in these games since Lang. This is absolutely Lang's ancestor. Good God. Assassinated? How could that have been a possibility? I'm not sure. But these are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Minister Jikoku said we should be prepared for all eventualities. This is incredibly stupid.
I don't believe it. Kazuma-san was assassinated?
Obviously, we couldn't give Asoki-san a visible security escort. Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew.
I see.
And I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we'd been on board, from morning until night, every day. And yet this still happened. I'm bad at my job. Never imagined it would happen here, inside his own cabin, not here on the first-class deck. I failed miserably at my assignment, and Asoki-san is dead as the result. I'm a disgrace! All I can do is humbly apologize. Inspector! So if there's anything at all that I can do to help now, just say the word. You can retire. You can retire fucking immediately before you get anyone else killed. We're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death ourselves. I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer. Of course not!
We'd really like to investigate the cabin next door.
Yes, we need to be allowed out of this cabin. I'm sorry. What? You've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety. If you move to even touch the handle of the cabin door, that stormy-looking seaman there would surely snap your neck in two. Remember Gumshoe and Emma? They regret you missed them dearly. It's fine. Sure, Holmes is the Gumshoe, and Holmes is the Gumshoe. Holmes is an idiot, but he's an endearing idiot. AKA a Gumshoe. This guy's just incompetent, so he's the Lang. Ugh. I suppose I'm not just a stowaway now. They think I'm a murderer as well. Would it be possible to give me something to work with, do you think? I'm going to need something persuasive.
What do you mean?
If I had solid reason why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example, I'd do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, I'd lay my life on the line if I have to. I don't see how. Was Emma the most competent detective? Probably. She had her quirks as well, but compared to her competition, yes, Emma was probably the most competent detective.
There may be a way.
What? Really?
Think of how you try to persuade me of your innocence, Naruhodo-san, by presenting me with a piece of evidence that you already had in your possession.
Evidence?
The same as when you were in court. You must have done it many times during your trial. Simply, select the present button. And choose some evidence that Inspector Hosonaga could use.
So, evidence that'll give us a viable reason to investigate the next door cabin, is it? Alright, yeah. I think I might know what we can use. Oh, bad! Does bad count? Bad was kind of off and on. Like, he was not a consistent detective throughout the entire game. But yes, bad was also cool. I think I might know what to do. See if I can present the detective with the evidence he needs to persuade the captain. Yeah, I don't really consider him, like, a main detective of any one game, because he was just kind of spattered throughout Investigations 1 and 2. But he was cool. I like that a lot. I was thrilled to see him come back in the second game, because he was one of the only good things about the first one. Bobby was, you know, Bobby was also great, yeah. Yeah, Bobby was also great, but that's a whole other, that's a whole other can of worms. Oh, I liked Bobby. I liked Bobby a lot. Damn it, Bobby. Yeah, seeing that again in Investigations Case 3 made that case even more keyno. Still one of the best cases in the series. Absolutely. This is a piece of paper that was stuck over the wardrobe doors this morning, isn't it? That's right, to try and stop the cabin steward from opening it up and discovering me. Wouldn't it have been better to write it in English if you didn't know Russian? Maybe, but Ofuda paper amulets are like this part of our culture, Inspector. And I thought if I made it look creepy enough, people would be too scared to look inside. Bobby was heartbreaking. I'm still torn up over the fact that we never really knew him. Cause what a Chad. Fucking All Might detective. It isn't easy being a stowaway, is it? Oh, is that not it? If it's if it's about the next cabin specifically, I guess it should be this. The fact that he saw something in the vent that leads to the next room. Watch that. It's Kazuma's diary.
Just before he died, Kazuma-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary.
Strange? In what way?
He wrote what looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
A speckled band? That is strange. Yes, we're still trying to work out what he meant by that. But what I'd like to know is... Don't tell me, the ventilator, is it?
You're very astute, Inspector.
That ventilator clearly joins to the next door cabin. That's right, so if we could investigate in there, we might be able to work out what the speckled band was. Alright then. I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. The captain's given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. I'll have to entrust the investigation to you.
Really? You're willing to do that?
Yes, as long as you don't leave the first-class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove those handcuffs, though. But what about the captain? Aren't you going against his direct orders? I'm a man of my word. And I promise you I'll lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. After all, I failed to keep Asoki-san safe. This is the least I can do. Yeah, Pump, this guy is apparently our Lang. Thank you!
Let's seize the moment then, Naruhodo-san. Just like moving, we can leave this cabin at last.
Move. Alright, I can do that. See what we can find out. I'm guessing there's nothing else left in here. If we're allowed to move, or nothing else of note anyway. But now, or is it not? It's not lit up. Damn it! I was like, what are we gonna do on the bed? No. Oh wait, we can? Can we inspect the bed? Oh, we can inspect it just by not consenting. Oh, oh wait, yeah, there we go. Hey.
It's some 2 weeks since we set sail from Japan. Have you really been living in that wardrobe the entire time, Naruhodo-san? You didn't, you know, share a bed with Kazuma?
I think living isn't quite the right description.
Oh, no, I suppose not. Though it must have been rather exciting making this voyage in your own secret hideout.
The trouble was, I never knew when a member of the crew might come in. So yeah, I did basically have to live in the wardrobe. And last night was no exception. Hey, bestie.
But because of that, you had no idea what was happening here in the cabin. Give me some fuel for my goddamn boys' love fix, Ryunosuke.
No, sadly not. Damn it. I wanted fluff text about them sleeping in bed together. How dare you rob me of that privilege? I finally watched a silent voice. What is that? I don't think I know what that is. Moria! First class passageway. Finally made it out of that goddamn cabin. Oh, it's an anime movie. Okay, my bad. Have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. Less spacious than I thought it would be. This is the most luxurious accommodation.
Yes, indeed. Kazuma-sama was being sent on this study tour by the government. That's why he was being put up in a first-class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation in steerage.
Really? That must be awful. Oh, look over there! Another crewman keeping watch. He looks enormous, even if he's sitting down.
The door next to him leads to the second-class accommodation. I suppose he's making sure no one comes in here who shouldn't.
I suppose. Like people in handcuffs. It's about a deaf girl. It is very emotional. Oh, God. Jesus.
Naruhodo-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. I would have thought you'd be used to the ship by now. We've been at sea for 2 weeks already.
Well, yeah, I know, but the thing is, I haven't fucking seen any of it. I was in a trunk when I came on board. And since then, I've been in a closet.
Must have been a very trying time for you.
Please don't give me that pitying look. Has severe depression after bullying a deaf girl in elementary school and being bullied himself. Everyone says he's the only bully. It starts with him planning to kill himself, visiting the deaf girl on the final day. Oh, God, Jesus. That sounds good, but also horribly depressing, and not something I probably need in my life. But hey, glad he enjoyed it. I assume he enjoyed it. There's a huge book on top of the table here, and there's a pen next to it.
Yes, looks like the ship's log.
Shall we have a look through it?
The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded.
Wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. And nothing. No reaction at all. Thought he might appreciate the compliment. You have pretty handwriting, sir! Sir! Sir, your handwriting is pretty, sir! Terry! Proto-Terry!
Not sure rough and ready is much of a compliment, Naruhodo-san, even to a sailor. Anyway, last night's log is mostly blank.
Presumably that means there was nothing to report. Alright, so whatever it is, it has to be the other occupants of the cabin. Looks like a plan of the SS Berea. It shows each deck. Look.
It's a large-scale steamship with triple-skinned hull. What a marvel of engineering.
Been playing on my mind for a while now, actually, but how is it such a huge lump of metal doesn't just sink to the bottom of the ocean?
Oh, that's really quite simple, Naruhodo-san.
It is?
Well, consider the Japanese archipelago.
The islands of Japan?
Yes, they're not metal, but they're enormous lumps of earth. Many, many times larger than the ship. And they don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea since the gods created them.
Well, I suppose so. Nature's fucking weird, yo. Kazuma and Ryu has 128 English and completed fix on AO3. That's nice. That's good. At least there's some good in the world.
Ah, trap for catching mice.
Yeah, we have plenty of those back home in Japan. Although they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait.
Let me see. Yes, I think that's what's called cheese. It's made from the milk of cows.
Cheese? Wonder what that tastes like. Fucking delicious.
You can't eat it, Naruhodo-san. The trap will the trap will shut on your fingers.
Really? But... Suppose you're right.
You weren't actually gonna try it, were you?
All I've had to eat for the past couple weeks is Kazuma's leftovers. Don't judge me. You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe.
Poor you. I'll find a little snack for you later.
Alright. This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to.
Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging.
Maybe whoever's in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask. Ah! Oh my god, you could cut cheese on those abs! Oh, excuse me, we, need to get inside this cabin here?
The sailor's eyes speak volumes. They're clearly saying keep out.
That's what I wrote on the sign we put over the wardrobe. Although this man's version is definitely more effective.
Doesn't look like he's going to let us pass.
That's a problem. Well, fuck. Also watched more Zio. Nice. Alright, can I check, second class then? So they're in a new timeline where another ZO1? Good question, I'm not sure. Assume I already despise Herlock? Why would I despise Herlock? I think he's a fucking idiot, but I don't hate him. I hate the undercover inspector, but Holmes is fine so far.
That's the way to the second class area of the ship.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure on the timeline stuff, Bessie. Like I said, it gets confusing towards the end. I'm not sure what episode you're on exactly.
Is something wrong?
I was thinking about making a run for it, just for a moment. Things aren't exactly going well for me right now.
I might be wrong, but I imagine the moment you reach for the handle door, that burly seaman would surely shoot you dead.
Herlock, Sherlock, same thing. Also, also Tsukuyomi is Schwartz's sister. That's why she has randomly been stopping time lately. It's such a, like, whatever twist. Like, they show really underplays it. Should be a much bigger deal than they actually make of it.
Oh dear, I'm sorry. Perhaps I went a little too far there.
No, I start with my talker running away. There's no way I could run away while Kazuma's death remains a mystery anyway. What do you think this is? It's very pleasing shape, isn't it?
This is the emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it.
Oh, an alarm.
It says press only in times of emergency. Looks as though the alarm bell starts ringing all over the ship and brings the vessel to a complete stop. What are you doing, Naruhodo-san? You mustn't touch it.
But this is an emergency! Look at these handcuffs! Look at them!
You know full well that's not what the alarm is for. If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be in an even worse situation.
I wish everything would just stop, the ship included. Yeah, so time stopping is hereditary, apparently. Granted, Aura and Hirue don't seem to be related to them, so I don't know. I don't know what grants people the time stop ability.
If you have to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else.
I don't know what else to do. I guess maybe I missed something in the other room. Excuse me, but could I ask you something, please? You little stowaway murderer! That was not a good start, was it?
Alright, let me try. Good day, Mr. Sailor. So sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask something of you?
You little third-class ladies' maid? Okay, never mind. Clearly not Terry's ancestor. Too rude. Terry was a good boy.
Oh.
Well, you seem to caught the sailor on a bad day, Susato-san. I'm not Sailor. My mother gave me a name. I am Senior Crewman Biff Stroganoff. Okay, no, that's too on point. That's too obvious. Come on, really? No. Capcom, no. Do not make eye contact. Mr. Stroganoff, about this first-class cabin area. Here we are in the finest Bruria steamship for very important persons. What sort of very important persons? Government officials, kings and queens, traveling secret, many important persons. That is why I'm always guarding this place. Gosh, that's amazing. But somehow I let stupid stowaway inside. I want to pick you up and throw you into ocean, but Stroganoff not animal. Stroganoff not want this life. Stroganoff always wanted to be painter. Painting freely on the streets of France. I didn't ask, but thank you.
If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's currently occupied?
Duh. Susato-san, you get that?
It sounded like duh. I think it's probably Russian for yes. Or no.
Genius! It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation. Well, sounds like there is somebody in the next door cabin, at least.
Yes, it's tantalizing.
I need a name. You tell us who's traveling in the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's? His name is Mr. Grimesby Roylett. He's a very important Western gentleman. He sounds like a swell guy. Grimesley? Not even Grimsley. Grimesley. I trust him. A Western gentleman. Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with the murder of Student Boy. You sure about that? Suspiciously specific denial. Mr. Roylett is an authentic Western gentleman. More simping, yay. Such a man would have no interest in lonely student from insignificant Far East Islands. Harsh?
Could you tell us when Mr. Roylett came around?
That is not your business. Come to think of it, even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now, I've been in Kazuma's cabin the entire time. I've never once heard anything from next door, or even felt like there's anyone there. Why is there... I know it's the time period. But nonetheless, just Jesus Christ. 7 episodes for finishing Zio Bestia? Oh shit, very nice.
Well, presumably since this gentleman is occupying one of the first-class cabins, he must be rather important, is that right?
That is not your business. Are you on watch here all the time, Seaman Stroganoff? Duh, all the time, so criminals like you cannot come in or get out.
I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all?
It is sad about Student Boy. Were you on watch last night at well? Of course. And did you notice anything at the time? Anything unusual? Herp! Head! Sada-san, you understand that? Yet.
It was clearly no.
Oh, yeah, it is no. I saw nothing unusual, nothing at all. And you didn't hear any strange noises? Or sense that anything was wrong in some way? I said no! Sorry. I'm not so sure. Could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. This is enough. I cannot say more now. Oh. It's time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin. Yes, all right. Bulkhead to second-class area, staying locked at all times. You escape when the lobster whistles on top of mountain, or as English say, when the pigs fly. I get it. You just finished the second one. It's beautiful, Janene. Very nice.
Good, now we can investigate this area properly, shall we?
Definitely. This is it. Cabin next to ours, the one the ventilator connects to.
Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma-san wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging.
Maybe whoever's in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask.
No answer. We're out of luck, it seems. There's no one in there to help with our inquiries.
How annoying. Ah! What was that? It came from inside the cabin. Oh, I'm sorry.
Ah! Such a high-pitched scream. It must have been a woman.
Or Sholmes is a filthy girly man. Please tell me Sholmes is a stupid girly man. Damn it! I thought he may have been in there already. I'm about to break down the door.
Mr. Sholmes!
I shan't be stopped. When the fit is on me, I revel in kicking doors off their hinges. My idol Kazuma Kiryu was a master of this.
Please, wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted.
It doesn't? Oh. Then how the deuce can I dispatch this muscular urge? What, pray, can I kick? I think we should just go in. There's no time to think about stress relief. We gotta get you like a squeaky ball or something. This is a very special man right here. Sir, has anyone ever told you not to run with scissors? I have to ride or kick something. It's in my veins. What do you think Herlock Sholmes' favorite rider season is? Probably double. Were you the girl? Is there a dead lady in here, or are you a girly man? I'm gonna assume you're a girly man.
Who are you?
A Western gentleman? Man, looks Russian to me. We heard a woman scream.
A woman? Don't be absurd! As you can see, there's nobody but me in this cabin, and I am the manliest man who ever did man.
True, this old man does appear to be the only person in here. But in that case, who just screamed?
Get out, all of you, now!
Please excuse the intrusion, but you are Mr. Grimesley Roylott, I believe.
Yes, that's me, and you are?
I am the one and only, the actual Herlock Sholmes. You've heard of me, no doubt.
No.
Grimesby, not Grimesley, my bad. I am a great detective among detectives, one who adorns covers of popular magazines, no less. So I assure you, you may trust me completely. I'm kind of a big deal. This band uses that magazine like a business card.
A detective? I do not trust detectives.
I miss politician. Can you tell that I miss politician? Every so often, I still look at the Photoshop of his face as the Teletubby son, and I just smile. Quick question, since I've already grinded more than you. Does he say, it's a party in my mouth? Yes, yes he does. Yes, he does. That was you, Pro Help? Hey, thank you for that image. I still have it. We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. But there wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself in this wardrobe this time. So might I be so bold as to ask you what that's to open that small traveling case?
What? Don't be stupid! How could anyone fit in a small trunk like that?
You'd be surprised. Well, it's quite fashionable these days, isn't it? Traveling inside one's trunk. All the cool hip kids are doing it. I'm not hip. Don't look at me.
Oh my, did you see that? Mr. Naruhodo.
Yeah, the case just shook.
Leave now! Otherwise I'll call the steward!
So this is Cosmo's neighbor, Mr. Grimesby Roylott. There's no doubt about it. This strange Russian man is hiding something. Does he also have a twink boyfriend in the trunk? Oh no.
I couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some clues before that burly sailor returns.
He's another Holmes reference, a character from the Unbreakable Speckled Band, naturally. Ah. Naturally. Okay, L. You have a moment, Mr. Sholmes. You need only address me as Sholmes. That's what I was gonna say! Making me think I'm going insane. That's what I just fucking said. Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course.
Resting?
Indeed, I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe whilst waiting. Waiting for the inevitable time. That you would need to call my great powers of seduction into service.
Oh.
It would seem the hour is upon us now. The time has come, and so have I. Am I mistaken? Well, no. Actually, I just kind of wanted to know what you were doing in the closet. Also, this is cute artwork. Observe closely. Does he have ADHD, JC? No. He's got, I don't know if there's a proper term for it. Maybe it's just a form of ADHD. But I've already decided he has the same syndrome as Toto from Jujutsu Kaisen and Garrick from Star Trek Deep Space Nine, or not Garrick, fucking Ducat, where they are constantly rewriting their own history in their brain and just making new shit up and changing details as they go. He's got that. He's an idiot, basically. Our Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Roylott, is clearly trying to hide something. And do you know what his most effective weapon is to use against a Russian hiding a secret? Borscht! I mean the truth, of course. Though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for the Russians. Right. Himboitis. Can you imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it?
Oh yes, please. I live for silly breakdown animations.
Well then, what you are about to see may well astound you. For I am about to apply my great detective, greatly admired, great deduction to the case. Could this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you?
What?
From time to time it occurs to me. Is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian on account of his dubiousness? So much racism. I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you. Or anyone.
That's right, Mr. Sholmes. I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first meeting, but I once read, it is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment.
Shush! I must have complete silence.
What are you doing? Why are you picking at my face like that?
Ah, just as I thought. Yes, I've quite made up my mind now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all these facts. Mr. Roylott, I have reached two incontrovertible conclusions.
What do you mean?
Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you are about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not?
Huh?
And number two, the other conclusion I have drawn, you are, at this very moment no less, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you have been discovered. Does it not?
Ah!
Oh, Naruhodo-san! I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions with my own eyes!
That was a great deduction. Bye, bestie. Have a good one. I was gonna say, I love that I didn't realize this would be a thing. I just wanted to know why he was sitting in the closet. I did not mean to bypass the moving case for him.
Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. He's so wonderful.
Should you watch Dragon Knight as well? If you want, bestie. Like I said, I think both are good. Like, I do think it's worth a watch. I don't think it's necessary to watch, like, right now as you move on from Kamen Rider. But, if the mood strikes you.
In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person.
What? What ineffable twaddle!
Oh yes, I've read about it countless times in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. And now I've experienced the astonishing impact of this great deduction firsthand. This is like a dream come true.
I can hardly believe it, but all the color is drained from Mr. Roylott's face. Looks like somehow both of Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right. How? How could you? How could I possibly know such things you wish to say? Very well then. I shall elucidate. I shall explain how I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So, do I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. Choo-choo! Put plainly, let us work through my deductions together. I don't want to get on the crazy train. Oh no. Oh no. Old man's identity. So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott, obviously what catches the eye in the first place. Is the enormous pair of shears in your hand that you still won't put down for some reason. We ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us right in the face. You are on the verge of using the shears to cut away that copious beard you support. Now, moving on. The question then begged is this. Why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roylott? It really suits you. It brings out your eyes. Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper, in particular the fascinating front-page article. Which it would appear you have read also, Mr. Roylott. I'm sure it needs more for the clarification. This evidence that reveals your true identity is an article about the revolutionary. In translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary Violin Bolshevik flees Russia in Shanghai. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. Having noted the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond a doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, Vilen Bolshevik. Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand. I can't read. Now, as for my second conclusion, you are at this very moment on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime, over there. Oh yes, Mr. Roylott. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you, the eye speaks so much more than the eye speaks so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies in that fruitive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, the traveling case. He's just Joseph Joestar. It is time, I think, that case be opened and its contents laid bare.
No, I refuse!
What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation, a young lady, perhaps, one slight enough to fit therein.
Don't be absurd!
It's a pet. What, pray tell, would the identity of this young lady be in traveling case? Dear me. We are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup to what now? I did a coup d'etat. I don't know what that was. Whatever it is, it betrays you. Once again, we need only your fruitive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can be equally found in the pages of the newspaper. The fan translation of this was called Dance of Deduction. Good. Hey, Scroy, where in hell? Well, there is another most stimulating article. If we turn to that fleeting revolutionary, the back page. Coup d'œil, noun, a glance that takes a comprehensive view. Ha! Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline could lead us to but one conclusion. Hello, Sandy. Your crime is that of abduction. And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. Okay. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of the Russian enigma, Elemensky. Well. Susata-san, that wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it?
Well, the stories are full of Mr. Holmes' brilliant deductions, you know? But that, that did seem a little different somehow.
Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes, could you come over here a moment? Pavlova is a Russian ballerina and is a dessert. I was gonna say, that sounded familiar. Pray, what can I do for you? Don't meet your heroes, kids. It's about your deductions. Would you mind? Not at all. Go on. Well, to start with, here's a newspaper article. I think we had some discussion before, but these two men look nothing like each other. Not all Russians look the same. Yes, I recall our discussion earlier at the time. I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary. Well able to revolutionize his own appearance.
In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Roulette does look more like this man than you do, at least.
That's not the point! And another thing, the part about him abducting a ballerina. Indeed, a truly startling revelation. At first glance, The case would appear to be too small to accommodate a young woman. Not just at first glance, it is too small, clearly. You'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old into that case, even if you pushed really hard. Oh, so you think about shoving children into briefcases, do you? Why don't you take a seat, you criminal?
I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she?
You mean you don't know? No, the young lady is 15. No, I didn't know. How could I?
Huh, well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her would be poking out of that case.
Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to help promote a certain litheness in their bodies. Vinegar? For a sour bunch, it would surely be simplicity itself to contort oneself into the confines of that small case.
Oh dear. You might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes.
This whole thing is turning into a circus.
Mr. Naruhodo, something occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deductions just now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. His eyes cut to the heart of the matter almost instantly. Stars in the sky, thank you for the follow. It's just where he directs his attention and his logic that they're a little, off.
Your idea of a little may be a little off itself, Miss Usato.
It's just that one or two keywords in his deduction seem to let him down. So I was wondering if we might perhaps tactfully switch them for our alternatives, don't you think?
Switch some keywords in his deductions?
Yes, but very tactfully. I don't want to hurt his feelings. I think he might be mentally 12. I feel sure that if we could do that, we'd unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' great deduction.
Precisely the thought I was going through on my own mind. This man's a lot of work. At times I wonder how anyone puts up with me. I'm endearing. It's not that funny. And you, my good fellow. Sorry? Take a moment to look at your wrist. My wrist? Yeah, I'm still in pain. Oh, what?
Where are your handcuffs?
Huh? What? How? I felt they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. I don't believe it.
Mr. Sholmes, you are a marvel.
And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrist as when we are finished. I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this if it's all the same to you. So let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. He unhandcuffed us so we could dance with him? Oh dear. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes! So the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott, obviously, what catches the eye in the first place? The enormous pairs of shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, Bull says, we read all this before, right? Best mechanics in the game, that's what people are saying. Copious beard.
I'm not sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard?
I doubt that's something I'll ever have to worry about. Doesn't quite sit right with me, though.
It doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roylott either.
Which means I suppose the deduction is wrong.
Let's try and switch a keyboard here, Naruhodo-san. See if it helps matters.
Alright, but how?
We should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roylott.
I wonder if it's really his beard that he intended to use those shears on.
Exactly. If we do manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Sholmes' deduction better,
Then what?
then I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Naruhodo-san.
Why am I the one to do something about this? Why am I his caretaker? I'm in mourning. Anyway, let's just see if there's anything we can even use around in that anything we can switch around in that last sentence. What exactly was Mr. Roylott going to use those shears for? Oh, I didn't even... I was thinking he has a pet in the case, but sure, that works. Also, sweet, my voice is on point.
Yes!
I can JoJo pose too! You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away those golden locks you sport! Indeed, you have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. Such lush golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. You're not a man at all, you're a woman, and judging from the length and sheen of your hair, one very much still in her youth.
Oh no! If only I managed to cut off my hair, no one would have suspected a thing.
He's getting into the dance, good for him. The question begged is this. Why would you desire to rid yourself of these magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed on this matter. Night, Neophyte. You have a lovely evening. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity. This article about the revolutionary. Well, that was a shock. No idea the old man was actually a young woman in disguise, did you? What? Why are you staring at me like that?
Yes, it was a surprise, Naruhodo-san. You're enjoying this, aren't you?
You like the JoJo dance. Sorry? I was gonna say, is Sherlock just straight up gonna be our new boyfriend? How many Sherlock Ryunosuke fics are there? Is it more or less than him and Kazuma? Morbid curiosity.
Look in your element when you dance around the room deducting deducing the facts of Mr. Sholmes.
I'm just doing what we agreed to. I'm not having fun or anything. This is strictly business.
Yes, I understand. Say no more.
Anyway, let's focus on this next part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction, shall we? 12. A lot. Tsundere. I'm getting conflicting reports. The evidence that he's picked up now doesn't fit the facts of this case at all.
No, that's true. Given Mr. Roylott's actually a woman.
Exactly. He, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary.
I suppose it's because the deduction as a whole has taken a different direction now.
Yep.
Let's switch the evidence for something else. Something that fits the facts as we now understand them.
For some reason, this woman needed to try and hide her true identity. Feels like I've either read or heard something about a young woman in a situation like that recently. Alright, I'll do my best. I get the feeling I actually probably should have actually looked at this article. The other side. Why'd you have to run away, lady? This is interesting.
Have you found something relevant, Naruhodo-san?
Well, no, I mean, it looks like it might be interesting.
I can't read a single word, I'm afraid.
No, nor can I. But look at this picture. It's about a beautiful young Russian princess, you think?
She is very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this, do you?
I don't know. Can't make any sense of it. Oh, I'm glad you've noticed this article. Ah! Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents. Oh, thanks. He pops up everywhere, this Mr. Sholmes. I probably should have looked at this earlier. I read it for the articles, I swear. It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. That's the first part is so close to my name. Saying anything else after the Nova part sounds weird and unnatural. Forgive me. She disappeared from Shanghai. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She is, of course, talented, young Nikolina Pavlova. Something like that. Why are Russian names so hard to remember? It would appear the woman was in costume when she was found to be missing from her dressing room. Wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles. Oh. How much is that in yen?
I have no idea, but I'm quite sure. It must be an unbelievable sum of money.
Sada-san's eyes are shining like diamonds themselves. The tiara is the property of the Novovich Ballet. It would seem the director is beside herself with worry. Yeah, not surprised. The company's most anxious to recover both Miss Pavlova and the valuable tiara. Requested international assistance in all ports with sailing to Great Britain.
Could this be another case of a Russian fleeing his or her country?
Does seem to be a Russian thing to do.
I'm not even going to dignify that with a response, Mr. Naruhodo.
Okay. Alright, sweet. Oh, do I have to... No. No, it should count, right? 8 in English and 13 in Chinese for Sholmes and Ryu. That is actually not much.
Yes!
Are you quite concentrating? You've identified exactly what I did originally. Oh, yes, so I have, sorry. Oh, wait, really? Come on. Oh, did it get added as a separate thing? You won't make a great detective like that. Not even a great detective's assistant. My assistant's assistant, then? Alright, I'll think again. I didn't notice. Not even Mr. Okay, I get it. I was wrong. I don't need to go through a whole rigmarole about it, please. Please, let me skip, thank you. I'm holding B, it does not help. There we go. Okay, alright.
Yes!
The evidence reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. Careful going through Fix. Oh, I'm not touching Fix. I'm not touching any Fix relating to this game until I'm done with it, obviously. Or both of them, rather. That's right, you've hit the nail on the head. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. It will appear we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of the Novovich Ballet's prima ballerina. Miss Nikolina Pavlova. Ow. Aw, she's lovely.
You're right. My real name is Nina. I mean, Nikolina Pavlova. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone.
I was gonna say that. I guess that hat is big enough, but nonetheless, that still looked dangerously close to her actual head. Yeah, now that she's not an old man, she has the Constance voice. Now, as for my second conclusion, you are at this very moment on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. Pavlova? No, Pavlova? I don't know. Rick, I was born with a mouth that was designed to pronounce to chant Redskins and eat cheese. I am sorry, as always, to any accents or pronunciations. I am P-Brain. Hey, MD. And the proof of this crime over there. Oh yes, Miss Pavlova. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you, the eye speaks so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies within the fruitive glance, where the fruitive glance falls. Proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. There we go. Makes me think of Yurio a little bit, yeah. Alright, this woman is the ballerina and she's right in front of our eyes. So clearly she can't also be inside the traveling case.
No, that's right. It seems she wasn't abducted at all.
In which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? I can see I'm gonna have to step in and fix the great detective's mistake again.
You seem to look pleased, Naruhodo-san. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Sholmes?
Stop it! Our fanfic count isn't high enough for that kind of behavior. Anyway, there must be something else that shows what this woman is up to. Did I fuck up by doing all this first? Because I've not investigated this case properly at all. Oh, it's letting me, thank God. It's a very small case, isn't it? You see, it's no person could possibly fit inside here.
So does that tell us that Miss Pavlova is telling Lance is in the direction of something is focused on something else?
If that's true, though, it doesn't make sense.
What do you mean?
Well, if there's something incriminating inside this case, why did she refuse to let us look inside?
Yes, I wonder why. Perhaps she has a perfectly harmless reason, though. The waste paper basket?
Let's have a look-see.
Naruhodo-san! It's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know.
Ah, those eyes! She's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now!
However, these are special circumstances, I think.
Exactly, we have no choice. Cosmo is the most popular ship on him. Ship for him? God, that makes me sad. There's hardly anything in here at all.
Oh, well, that's a little disappointing.
Ah. Wow, look at this dazzling tiara!
I've never seen anything like it. Are those real diamonds, you think? Oh, Naruhodo-san, try it on.
What? Me?
You'll look beautiful!
Isn't it usually girls who wear tiaras? Wouldn't you like to try it on?
Oh no, I couldn't possibly. It's far too beautiful.
Why does this look familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere recently. I'm a little confused, not gonna lie. Oh, I have to pick what she's looking at. I have to present to pick what she's looking at. Okay.
Yes!
Then that. My bad. The proof of your crime is surely this tiara. I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in the Novovich Ballet, is it not? Indeed, it would appear that to be identical to the tiara pictured here in this newspaper article. And if the reporting is to be if the reporting is to be believed, an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you have committed is theft.
Oh no!
Yes, you left your ballet troupe, unlawfully taking that precious tiara with you.
Ah!
Touch poofy hat.
I have no one. No family, no friends. I'm all alone and I need money. But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an Earl of Prussia? It belongs to me.
This girl's only 15 years old and she's run away all by herself. Must have been extremely lonely.
Alright, I'll tell you everything. There's no point in hiding it now.
Come, let us not be hasty.
What?
I want to dance more. There's one unsolved mystery about you.
Mystery? What do you mean?
You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, that this case... It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason you wish this to remain closed. I would like to know why she ran away, yeah. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? My dear girl, there's no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case, even before I have laid eyes on them. Dear me! We are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup whatever that word was, betrays you. Again, redskins and cheese. Once again, we need only follow your fruitive gaze to find the answer. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written on the books on the shelf. He completely changed track with his deduction now. Also, her books are tilted the exact same way ours were.
I think Mr. Sholmes is adapting his logic to changing the circumstances, don't you?
Maybe, but why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf into all this? It's just a wild guess, surely.
Oh, do you think so?
Well, it does seem likely that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case would have been written in a book that doesn't belong to her.
Yes, that's true, but still. Miss Pavlova certainly did cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself.
There has to be another reason why she won't open her case. And it must be somewhere in that same area, if that's where her gaze was involuntarily drawn.
I agree, that's the only answer.
Whatever she has hidden inside that case should be revealed by following her gaze in the direction of the bookcase. Yeah, we did barge into her room and accuse her of things without any real reason for it. Looks like these are all the same books that we have in our cabin. Suppose the steward likes to make sure passengers have plenty to read for the long voyage.
And you notice how all the books have fallen over, just like in Kazuma-sama's cabin? It's almost like somebody's taken a sweep at them.
Maybe Miss Pavlova? While she was practicing her ballet? Anyway, the point is, we don't have time to look through all these books at the moment.
Wouldn't even if we wanted to, they're all in Russian.
Let's try elsewhere. Oh, no pets! Ma'am! Ma'am, no pets.
These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Beria. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden.
There was that same notice in our cabin. Wonder what happens if you break the rules.
Oh dear, I'm sure the punishment would be severe, Naruhodo-san. You'd probably be left adrift in the freezing cold ocean. Or shut inside a tiny wardrobe for days on end.
So I've actually been serving time for 2 weeks now, have I?
Yes!
Show me your kitty cat. I'm going to assume kitty. The reason why you refuse to open your case is the rules written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from carriage on this vessel. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapon or other dangerous item would move on its own accord. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova. Inside your traveling case. Jesus Christ. It's the last item was forbidden vessel. Last item listed as forbidden vessel rules of passage. A pet! It's a kitty cat. Or a doggy. Or a rabbit. Or something. Elementary. So clearly you aren't who you said you were.
No, I'm not Grimesby Roylott. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct.
You were scalded during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape to your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this very vessel. Which couldn't have been easy. The Berea is a huge steamship with a vast crew. Could you really have stuck aboard without being noticed? In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman. I was gonna say, yeah, I doubt this woman is our culprit, despite being in the adjacent room. So, here's hoping we don't sell her out like a dick, considering we were stowaways ourselves. Less of any more jump to conclusions. Early type, yeah. And so you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Yet to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave well alone. So if it was just you about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let out the scream we heard from outside the cabin? That veritable tinkling of a bell? Why, none other than the old lady, naturally. More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me. Sebastian's ancestor, exactly.
I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai. I was sure they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how do you say, disgust myself? So no one would recognize me.
As a result, you transform yourself into that questionable old man? I see.
I put on the fur hat and fake beard. Then, just before you came in here, I saw the newspaper. Right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearance completely, they'd find me. So I decided to cut all my hair as fast as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand and...
At that precise moment, we walked through the door. The annoyingly unlocked cabin door. I wanted to kick a thing.
Things like that happen sometimes, don't they?
Yeah, no, yeah, don't be like Machi with the cocoon bullshit. Yeah, please don't put the blame on this girl. I'm not sure why the hell she would have run away, but I'm sure there are reasons. Things do indeed happen like that from time to time.
Are those two even talking about the same thing? There's just one more thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have in your traveling case?
You were right. It's my dear friend inside. My only friend in the whole world. Please, please don't tell anyone if the captain finds out. If you say anything to any of the crew.
Your secret's safe with us, I assure you, but in return... you must tell us in as much detail as you can muster about the events of last night. Super difficult career, yeah. Yeah, just got picked up by the company at a very young age, traveling all over the place. Probably hasn't seen her family in years, and she's only 15. Kind of speaks for itself.
Yes, all right, I will tell you.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo? Wasn't it something Mr. Sholmes' great... wasn't it something in Mr. Sholmes' great deduction?
Oh, no, she's fangirl. I was like, what is that? What are you saying? Oh, fangirling.
Wasn't it something?
It certainly was something, yeah. Just not entirely sure what. It's a fish? Oh, no. Oh, she's in for her day's about to get even worse. Ballerina get really harsh training every time, yeah, I can imagine. At the very least, Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Indeed, it is incredible. Ah, and one more thing. Oh, yeah? What? Observe your wrists. My... Oh.
Your hands are cuffed again.
I thought we had something special. What? How? True to my word, I've restored your shackles. No need to thank me. Happy to help a good friend. When and why?
There's still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry to say, but it can't be helped at the moment.
Ha ha. Can it? Can it really? Sherlock! Joke's on you, I'm into this shit! Oh no.
Anyway, let's see what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the speckled band that Kazuma-san wrote about in his diary really was.
I was gonna say, I'm shocked that there was Pump saying 12 was not an under exaggeration. There actually is that little shipping of these two. I'm surprised given the canonical dancing, but hey. Did you know someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night?
One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast.
The man who died, he was a friend of mine.
Oh,
That's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night?
perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example. Perhaps people talking?
Perhaps the ship was involved in a wild tempest. Perhaps its steam engine exploded. Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that had happened.
Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me.
Oops.
I didn't notice anything that was happening around me.
Just oops. Just an oops. Oh, I see. I want to meet her friend. I want to know what kind of pet it is. You've run away for your ballet company, haven't you? The Novovich Ballet?
Yes. I'm traveling to Great Britain, and from there, I want to go to America. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I'll start a new life.
You wish to forget a challenging proposition. When you have that striking tiara as a reminder.
But the tiara is mine. I need it to live. I have no money of my own. The Novovich Ballet gives us only little food and water. We must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself?
I was gonna say, honey, America's not a much better choice, even during this time period. just stay in Britain. You're making a pit stop in Britain first. Just stay there.
Yes, and the crew of the ship, they've all been so kind to me. They let me come on board and they said I could hide in this cabin.
If that is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova, it creates a most intriguing conundrum.
Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo?
Me? Oh, well, yeah. Of course. I think we should hear her explanation. To what conundrum, I'm not sure, but... Going to Britain, she's from Russia, yeah. Yeah, the ship was heading towards Britain. Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night you boarded this vessel. However, the SS Buria stopped by no port last night. Oh, that's it, of course. So how is it, pray, that you came to be aboard?
Now that I think about it, the crewman outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked him about when the occupant of this cabin had come aboard.
Most disturbing part is how accurate this is. Most ballerinas in this time. Many ballerinas would have handlers that usually abuse their positions of the dancers. Oh, God, Jesus. Oh, that is awful. Holy shit. Yeah, poor girl. Good God. Yeah, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something.
An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage.
Sorry? What was that?
It's how the Russian newspapers describe one of my performances.
Okay, I was gonna say, can we adopt her? I know she's not that much younger than Ryunosuke. He's a little young to be adopting kids like Phoenix was in his later years. But nonetheless, can we make an exception?
That's why I came here too. I descended from the heavens because I am an angel.
Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid. Sherlock's old. I was gonna. Oh, wait, how old? How old is Sherlock? How old is Sholmes? How old is Herlock Sholmes? 34. Okay. Yeah, he's old enough.
Mr. Sholmes once said, I never can resist the touch of the dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same.
A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement from the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, in fact. Yeah, Mr. Showy. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. He's 4 years older than me? Hey, that works. So the friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case, is that right?
Oops.
Was wondering why Russians are synonymous with ballet in movies. That is weird. Yeah, has always been kind of a thing, hasn't it? Makes sense. You at work again, JC? I'm so sorry. Glad you're having fun regardless, though. As best you can.
I don't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules of passage.
Oh, please don't tell any of the crew. If they found my precious...
Then the burly Russians would bestir themselves in unison to throw you and your case overboard, no doubt.
My ears are ringing. Oh, God. Ow.
Ow. Sorry, 1 second. Ow. Like, actual violent ringing. Holy shit. Ugh. Had to hold my nose and pop him. Jesus. So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes.
But what sort of pet is your friend?
A little puppy? It is, isn't it? I love puppies.
Maybe an adorable rabbit? It's gonna be something not fluffy at all, isn't it? It's gonna be like a turtle or something. Ha! You credit Russia with as a land with small rabbits, do you? Don't they have small rabbits there then? You may as well ask. I have no idea. Ah, a parrot and alligator. You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of young ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken! Jux, is that you?
Really?
I shall name it Nugget. Kanye West. Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call. Daily fresh eggs. And when adversity strikes, it could satisfy the needs of sustenance. So you'd eat your friends. I will remember that. Well, it would appear this friend's identity is a closely guarded secret, also be revealed. She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. Something I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. I get the feeling I should have... Do I have anything? I feel like I accidentally jumped right into the dancing segment. I didn't get a chance to look around here at all. So I'm not sure if it's something I should already have or not. We got a bowl.
Don't touch!
Huh?
I'll tell you what I know about last night, but please, you must not touch my things. How do you say, forbid it?
Sorry. As well you should be, young man. What vulgar manners you have, poking around a young lady's private belongings. Neither shall I allow it. Hypocrite! Okay. We have not found out about her pet. I apparently need to present evidence about her pet. I guess I need to present evidence in general. I don't know. As for clarification, you know anything about a speckled band? This is the diary of my friend who passed away.
His diary?
Yes, he wrote it last night before he died. Something a little unusual. It reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound.
Oops.
And then a few minutes later, what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. In Europe, around this time, there's a period of time called the Fancy, where people would crossbreed different chicken breeds, creating new traits, colors, and patterns. Holy shit. That's neat.
A speckled band? I don't understand.
It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentions in this joins to this cabin, you see? It's up there on the wall.
In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together.
Oh.
Miss Pavlova? Has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mention mean something to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps?
I don't know what animal makes a whistling sound. My brain's dying right now.
No. I don't know anything.
Oh. Excuse me, Mr. Roylott.
Yes! That is me! What?
Holy shit, she's fast. Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to the captain's quarters at once, please.
Alright, I'll come now.
What?
You must leave now.
Oh no, it's fine. Don't mind us.
Yes, please don't worry yourself, Mr. Roylott. Mr. Roylott.
Get out!
The passage is set out, or do you want me to throw you out? Looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later.
What a pity.
Oh. So how did you crossbreed a chicken into having a bow tie? And so we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown out into the passageway outside. Oh, I wish that scene was animated. I want to see Sholmes eat shit. Do 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 do. Alrighty. Part 2. How many parts are there? I never want to have another incident like last night. where shit ends up going on forever. This is a treat. Oh, thank you, Daisy. Glad you're having fun. But yeah, I guess how many parts and how much longer at the very least do we think part 2 will take? We've only been going 3 hours, but also, like I said, I don't want to run into an incident like yesterday. Either way, all right. People taking a second to respond, so I guess I'll take the opportunity either way to go to the bathroom real quick. I imagine part 2 is short, apparently. Okay, perfect. All right, I'm gonna take a bathroom break regardless. Then I am fresh out of sip, or at least fresh out of blue raspberry Slurpee. So I need to replace that with some tea immediately because I'm not drinking coffee this late. I'll be right. Or one second, same policy. That's right. Let me get some background music for y'all.
Well, sure did suck to eat shit for once. Is that what I've been doing to people when I throw them? Good God, I'm an awful person.
Put on devil trigger. If I don't get any... Wish we had to find some clues to what that speckled band might be. Okay, you're not gonna make it easy on me, are you, game?
We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door.
He's clearly glaring at us as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute.
What is it?
Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go?
Oh yeah, he's completely disappeared.
He just curled up in a ball and sat on top of the desk, and nobody noticed him. I'm halfway done with the case. Okay. When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were still back on my wrists. Securely back on my wrists. Wrists. Talking is hard. Oh my god, you're really not gonna give me any fucking music. Game, what the fuck? Really? Please. Game. Breaking my balls. If I stand perfectly still, I'm invisible! Still investigating in here.
Yes, on that subject. I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed.
What do you mean, unscathed?
Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruhodo-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said they'd lay his life on the line for you.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure it was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. Never know. Finally, there you go. Good God. All right. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm going to run pee and get some tea. Be right back. Nighty night, Stu. You have a good one. Pour one out for Headband-chan. And, you know, and Kazuma, I guess. Mostly Headband-chan, though, clearly. I'll be right back. Headband was truly too sexy for this world. True beauty is always dead in its time. I was gonna say, that's not him. This sailor's not coughing up blood and being useless. Aha, you're back! Inspector!
What happened to you? Your face is...
Please, don't worry about it. They're just scratches. Maybe by a bear? By a bear, baby? When I told the captain I'd given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pump me with his fist and then toss me overboard. What? But the pounding was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really. Looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to.
Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin.
Yes, I understand.
Oh.
I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a while ago. Welcome back, Bernardo. I think his name was something like Herlock Sholmes. I don't think he was German, though. Ah, that would explain it. Shall we compare notes, then? We can tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it. What? Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door. Oh, you know who she is? Please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel? 1, why did we tell him? 2, he's a big ballet fan, apparently. Also, Kamen Rider Cheer is lopsided then, because Jux is now common. Oh god, too small, too small. Jux, you are Kamen Rider Cheer. Congrats. Move that back on over. Yeah, I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case, at least. Oh? Does it now? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? It keeps getting worse. He's a Pandora's box of shit. Just more and more worse. Doesn't notice blood on a plate. Let our best friend die. And now is a simp. After literally just dealing with a case in which a murderer almost got away with it from being a simp. Is it too late to change this guy's voice? Normally I'm against changing people's voices when it seems to be pretty solidified. Does this guy just need to be Lang? I think this guy might just need to be Lang if he's gonna keep showing up like this. Two eyes. I see 2 eyes. 3 eyes. Good enough. Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? Now I've definitely upset him.
Inspector, has your investigation in here proved fruitful?
If I'm honest, there's very little I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job. Lang doesn't hurt my throat. He just hurts my soul. Hey, stars in the sky. I've decided that this guy is Lang because I'm that annoyed with him by this point. Every single job he is given, he fucks up in some way, and also he's a simp now. Just, ugh. Gonna make some pizza rolls layout. Ooh, very nice.
Oh, I see.
There is one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. It'll help you close this case.
Oh, what is that? Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please.
What's this new information you have? It's this. The Burious medical officer has finished his examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report. We don't know about Cosmo's death. He should probably sleep here to prevent this. Like, I get it to a degree. I get it to a degree, thinking, oh, he's in a first class cabin. He's be fine. Surely I don't need to keep watch of him 24/7. But like, good God, it was a fucking government-sanctioned job. You had one job on this goddamn boat, and we know he gets too into his undercover shit after seeing the waiter thing. Like, he was probably off doing seamen things rather than actually guarding him like he was supposed to. So I'm still mad. Kazuma's post-mortem report?
Kazuma-sama.
So what was the cause of death? Damage to the cervical vertebrae. That's what's written in this report. I didn't think he had one of those.
His neck was broken?
Seaman things. He is undercover as a seaman. He's off doing, you know, whatever seamen do. I've never been on a boat. I don't know what they get up to on there. Yes, it would seem so. Sailors, it's funny to call them seamen. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. So at first, they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? Episode title, just seaman things. Nothing has been found yet, but the fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object. Something that wouldn't leave a mark. Oh, I see.
All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death.
You lived and worked on a ship for a while as a seaman. You had a gay old time. Pro help, you see? Pro help confirming. Pro help confirming. That's what they do. Sperm whale, seamen, and swallows. Oh, no.
It's possible no obvious wound would be left.
Poor Kazuma.
I have a second copy of the report. It might be useful. You're welcome to have it.
Really? You sure? Swallow from Neo. Swallow from Neo.
Yes, it's fine. I trust you. After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never agree to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I?
Is his illness, if he is our gumshoe, is his illness ever going to be explained? Again, like, just because of the time period solely, I assume tuberculosis, but, like, is it, like, what's the joke? He has TB. It's funny, apparently. He's gonna die. Yeah, I get. If it's gonna be important somehow, obviously, I guess don't confirm. But good God.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, was he?
Yes, he seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about the floor investigating. He seems very comfortable on his hands and knees.
Is there an entire chapter? Oh, pro help. Yeah, I actually know that. I've not ever read Moby Dick in its entirety, but I've heard like a lot of parallels, like essays on it, because of its connections to Star Trek 2. So I actually did know that. It's fucked up. Moby Dick is a fucking trip. Episode title, Moby Dick and Seamen.
But then suddenly he left. I suppose he must have become bored.
Did he say anything at all?
Actually, now that you mentioned it, yeah, just one thing. But he practically shouted it. "It's shoe polish," was all he said.
Shoe polish? I wonder what he meant. The ink is actually shoe polish, I suppose?
It was over there by that piece of broken glass, do you see?
Moby Dick. Ha 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 ha. But yeah, lots of very graphic discussions about whale anatomy. Lots of talking about how much they love the feel of their hands being in the whale stuff. Lots of talk about how much he loves cuddling with his assistant, Queequeg. It's, Moby Dick kind of gay, not gonna lie.
Perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark, do you think?
Yes, that must be it.
But how could Mr. Sholmes know it's shoe polish? Because he probably huffs it on a regular basis to come up with his deductions.
That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea.
What is it, Susato-san?
Well, Kazuma-san was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue.
Dark tan? Sort of dark brownish red, then.
Me? Gungaga.
You gotta read it in your free time, JC. I've heard it's actually, if you can get past that that kind of weirdness, I've heard it's actually surprisingly good. Again, I just know a lot about it because of its connections to Star Trek 2 and all the parallels and shit. But it's apparently actually genuinely a very good read. Who would have thought? Sometimes things are famous for a reason. It's weird.
Yes, like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repair them for him.
Oh, does this mean... This mark was made by the polish on Kazuma's shoes as they scuffed the floor. That makes sense.
That's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post.
That explains Twilight. I said sometimes. I said sometimes things are popular for a reason. It's never a guarantee. It's not a sure thing. Sometimes things are popular for a reason. Sometimes you get Moby Dick and Jujutsu Kaisen. Other times you get Twilight and Naruto. They can't all be winners. Life is like a box of chocolates.
I should return to my post. My fellow crewmates' eyes are boring into the back of my head.
Yeah, it might be for the best. Thank you, though.
Poor Inspector, you look exhausted.
Oh, no, well, kind of. I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asoki-san. He was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke up this morning.
Oh! Did they actually drug you too? How the fuck did they know? Did you go around telling everyone you were undercover? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing too. Many folks believe Moby Dick might be how it is because of the relationship between Herman Melville and Nathaniel Hawthorne. Oh. Okay. Like, he's incompetent. I wouldn't disbelieve if people around here knew he was actually a cop. But also, huh?
And my butt sore as well. Weird. Hi, Godzilla.
You feel bad for him? Again, I feel bad for him because he's probably dying of tuberculosis. I feel bad for that, and if he was actually roofied as well, I feel kind of bad, depending on how they knew to roofie his bodyguard. But, just... It's a lot. It's a lot with him. It's clear these letters were written on the ink, were written with the ink that was somehow spilled on the floor. And they spell the Russian word for wardrobe.
It does seem to be an ambiguous pointer to you, Naruhodo-san, as if you were sleeping in there. Or as you were sleeping in there.
So it's not entirely... If he was roofied... Yeah, no, if he was roofied, then obviously it's not entirely his fault. Good. Thank you, Godzilla. Beautiful. But to be truly unambiguous, it should have just spelled out my name, don't you think?
Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma-sama would have written his last words in Russian, or word in Russian.
Also, yeah, the last case. I'm not forgiven for the last case either. If he had just been smart enough to notice that a plate had blood on it, that last hour and a half would not have happened. It's rough. Which begs the question of who did write it.
Oops.
He went to a hospital, they diagnosed him with opium deficiency. Is that what's actually wrong with him? It's not TB. Oops. So this is the ventilator that leads to Miss Pavlova's cabin.
And that's right.
Just a few minutes before he died, Cosmo saw something emerging from it. The speckled band, as he described it. Hope these two don't bone, because it means some weird things for the future. Took a beating for us, turns out he wasn't at fault in the show. Even, yeah, he did also take a beating for us. That is true. Like I said, depending on what the fuck actually happened here, I will be a little lenient on him, at least for this case. The first case is still fucking his fault, but hey.
If only Miss Padlava had been able to shed some light on it, but she seemed as baffled as we were.
It was Meowmix's fault, that's right, I forgot about the Meowmix, god. Yeah, I wonder if she's telling us everything, though.
I'm not so sure.
I know most people aboard would say the same thing about me, but there was something about that woman that doesn't sit right with me. If he redeems himself, he can have a Shelly voice back. Exactly. There you go. But for now, he's kind of incompetent, and he was simping, so he's lying. Just for now.
This is, yes, it's a bell cord contraption, I think.
John Meow was the mastermind all along. What do you mean contraption?
I read about it in a book when I was studying that talked about life in Great Britain. Large households often have bell cords like this, which you can pull to ring a bell to summon servants.
Really? Sounds almost magical. Shall we give it a try?
Yes, in the interest of culture research, obviously. It makes a silly noise. I suppose nobody comes for lowly Japanese people.
No, I'm sure it's just that everyone's busy, that's all. Aww. They're babies. Yeah, that awkward moment you remember that she's only 16. Of course she's amused by the bell. Tee bell go ding. All the books provided for passengers are occupying this cabin, neatly arranged on the shelf.
They were all over the place when we first looked around, if you remember.
Oh yeah, and you tidied them up, didn't you?
You have to look around after the ship's. You have to look after the ship's property. Unruly behavior in the cabins leads to damage.
Oh yeah, Godzilla. So this is case 2. Kazuma took us with him to Britain by stowing us away in a suitcase, and he fucking died. All those flags he was waving at the end of the last episode was not a misdirect. He is dead, and now we are once again accused of being the murderer, and we are teaming up with Susato, who was with him legally, and Herlock Sholmes, the world's greatest detective, to try and close this case. No. But it really wasn't me who knocked them all over.
Well, anyway, I feel much better now that they're neatly lined up. I can't relax when things are untidy.
Same. How many times was Maya accused? Good question. You, where did you go? Oh, sorry, I just went to the next door cabin to investigate. Why? Who gave you permission for this? Well, Inspector, Seamen Hosonaga did. See? That's his official title. I wasn't being dirty. That is just actually what they were called back in the day. That new Japanese, was it? Later I will roll him into a ball and throw him in the cold room. Whew, back to guarding the door.
I hope Inspector Hosonaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account.
He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at Le Carnival.
That could be a very long time from now, Naruhodo-san.
A big bet that Godzilla, no. Maya was accused 5 times, apparently. This is where Cosmo spent his final moments, writing in his diary.
Faint whistling sound. Looks like some sort of speckled band dangling from a ventilator grill.
Once in Ace Attorney 1, once in 2, once in 6, once in the crossover. Plus another time if you have the last part of the case of AA3. Ah, yeah, it did happen very briefly, didn't it? Okay. Yep, so about 5. Looking at his writing here on the page,
It's almost impossible to believe that he's gone. Kazuma-sama left us valuable clue in these words, I'm sure of it. We have to solve this mystery, Naruhodo-san.
We will. And then every single one of Phoenix's other adopted kids has been accused of murder at least once, except for Pearls. Will the crossover game come after Chronicles? Probably. Probably not right away, but at some point I do still want to do that.
It really is such a beautiful color, this glass.
Looks like whatever it was broken clean into. But the other half is nowhere to be seen. Then there's the brick-colored mark. Which is shoe polish, according to that great detective who we seem to know all about. Was Apollo accused? Apollo was accused at the end of 6, right? I believe that was the thing. Or am I wrong? I might be. I forget. Well, I forget if Apollo was formally accused or not, actually.
I suppose it must be from Kazuma-sama's shoes.
Maybe, but what I'd like to know is, how could the detective be so sure it's shoe polish and not something else? Not in murder, though, it was under the stupid law? Okay.
Because he's a great detective, of course.
That's not a real reason, is it? Those are the rules. They've not changed since we last looked at them. Not formally accused, the Queen was a bitch and tried to execute him. Was that the extent of it? Okay. Alright, okay, so not technically. Yeah. Okay, yeah, he was not held in prison. Okay, so Apollo, you're off the hook. Apollo and Pearls. Apollo and Pearls are the only 100% good noodles. They've never been accused of murder formally.
No weapons, no pets.
So, bringing aboard her pet, Miss Pavlova has broken the rules.
She called it her friend, didn't she?
Yeah, although we don't know what form this friend takes as of yet.
I'm almost certain whatever it is, it's inside the traveling case in her cabin.
A friend. More to this than it seems, I think.
That's Kazuma-sama's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it.
Yeah, I was always saying that the Japanese katana in his soul.
I believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring it on this trip.
Suppose that shows just how important it was to him. It's the 27th final case. Pearls is the defendant accused of killing her boyfriend. Nope! She don't have a boyfriend. She's not allowed. Nope. Can't kill somebody who was never there in the first place. Eddie Murphy thinking emoji. And now he's gone, but I'm not ready to let his spirit go just yet. Take up his sword. Take up the sword in his honor.
When I went to help the crewmen and forced the door open.
Okay, we have seen all this before. No wonder everyone suspects me. I think. I assume since it let me skip like that. I think it was all the same stuff. Her fiance is Clavier. Leia, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why would you even hurt me like that? Leia, what the fuck? Naughty stool! Right now!
Look, Naruhodo-san. Seamen Stroganoff is gone.
Strong enough?
The burly Russian soldier who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us.
Oh, hey, it's tea time. All these Russian names are impossible to remember. Tra-la-la-la-la-la, don't be scared! Y'all hear something? Did you time Leia out, Monado? Sounded like someone singing. I said naughty stool. I meant figuratively. 45 seconds. Tra-la-la-la-dee-day, I did the oh. Tra-la-la-la-la-la-la-dee-day, I did the great detective way. I am so smart. Yes, I am smart. S-M-I-T. I mean S-M-A-R-T. This caroling. I know that lark-like voice. Well, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us.
Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin and we can investigate.
Definitely. Before that, Stringy Knot Crewman comes back. Hashtag free Leia. It's trending on Twitter already. Stroganov, not Stringy Knot. That is literally the easiest one of these names to remember. I mean, I guess in Japan they probably don't know what Stroganoff is, but still. Cat's out! It's not gonna be a cat. It's gonna be like a fucking iguana or something. Miss Pavlova isn't back yet.
Oops.
The burly guy is also Pavlov in disguise. Oh, she's good. Susato-san. Oh, where's she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Those are her private things.
There's not a moment to waste, Naruhodo-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can.
Cat decided to sleep in front of the kitchen. Now you're going to starve, Spice. No. We're behaving, Pomp. I mean, besides joking that Clavier and Pearls would be a thing, please no. His literal first line of dialogue was flirting with Apollo. I refuse. I reject your reality. Pomp! Can we not go back to bullying Leia? No.
Not just for Kazuma-san.
What do you mean?
It can't be long now until we arrive at the port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there.
Really? This is censorship. It is technically censorship.
We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san. By ourselves if we have to.
Yeah, we will. Yes, we will. Now go do that voodoo that you do.
Oh my, Miss Pavlova's case is open.
It's completely empty inside, but according to the Great Detective's Great Deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there.
Yes, a friend she had to keep secret.
Because you're not allowed to bring animals on board the SS Maria. And what kind of animal she had in there? More to the point, where is it now?
Naruhodo-san, are you there?
Sorry, I'm right here. Yes, I will get some sip.
Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home.
Believe me, I have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know? Or I don't have that. I totally don't have that.
Anyway, I'm not sure anyone can fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes.
Was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in here, but no such luck. A little questionable they're going through the 15-year-old stuff. I mean, to be fair, Susato is only 1 year older than her, and also girl. I think, right? 16? Yeah, she's fine. She can go through it for us. She's fine. Nothing weird. It's still a slight invasion of privacy, but hey. Our boyfriend's dead. Have fun with FF12, Monado. I was rather hoping we'd find Miss Pavlova's friend in here, but no such luck.
Wonder what the little saucer is doing on the floor.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. More like it was put there deliberately. Oh, do you think? You think there could be a leak in the roof just above here? What? A leak? Are we that dumb?
Is this ship quite safe?
I'm sure that even if it's a little leak in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship's gonna sink.
No. No, you're right. Of course you're right.
She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she?
Every cabin has a waste paper basket.
Shove a little and see what she's been throwing away.
Naruhodo-san, it's boring. It could go sifting through someone else's rubbish, you know.
Those eyes! Not again! I'm not a piece of rubbish.
However, these are special circumstances, I think.
Exactly. No choice. Hardly anything in here at all.
Oh, well, that's a little disappointing.
Oops.
There are just a few books on the desk, nothing else by the looks of it.
Well, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She's hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all.
My heart will go on plays in the distance. Or proto-heart will go on. That's true. What kind of books she likes to read?
Let me see. Yes, I see. It would seem Miss Pavlova enjoys reading books written in Russian.
Thanks! I think I probably knew that.
It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruhodo-san. Kindly remember that.
Oh dear.
Seems this teapot is empty.
So the natural conclusion is that the Russians are very thirsty people. Giggity.
Or because Miss Pavlova only came into this cabin last night, she hadn't had a chance to make any tea yet?
I mean, it could be either. It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 on it. Speaking of thirsty, I will get more sip. Thank you, help.
Rather obstinate, aren't you, Naruhodo-san?
Delicious. All the books have toppled over together. Every single one.
You think that's the god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though.
Exactly, see this bookcase next door. In Cosimus' cabin. Thirsty Russian, for example, Victor. Exactly, see? We've seen it before. Them Russians, man. Thirsty people.
Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase.
I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company?
Alright then, must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage.
Not everything that bad that happens on the ship is because of me, you know.
Anyway, I'll set them all straight again in here too. I don't like seeing things in disarray.
Susato. No. Oh my god, the tampering. Oh, we're so dumb. What are these next to the bed in Cosimus' cabin, too?
Yes, it's a bell cord. I can't resist! Goes ding ding. No, I didn't expect anyone to come.
We don't want them to! We're trying to investigate in secret! If it wasn't so hot here, you make a cup of hot tea. Hot tea would be wonderful. Hot tea would be wonderful doing all these voices for both these games we're playing currently, but yeah, it's way too hot. It's still like over 90 with the heat index right now. Over 100 yesterday. Fucking awful. So this ventilator connects to Cosimus' cabin next door.
Yes, although what a fool a shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room.
Ah, maybe. If so, it's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm.
Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning.
That is a possibility. Anyway, last night customer wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator. There ain't a whole lot else in here. Yep, we know the rules. It won't let me skip it. You forgot the brand was Arizona for the longest time until you went to California and saw it? Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, it's everywhere. I actually don't drink Arizona tea at all. My grandma does. I usually just get Lipton. Lipton peach tea.
Seals up perfectly too, to stop any seawater from coming in. Can I use the method you told me of passing through a door instead of the crack? Yeah.
So you do a lot of tricks for opening doors. Starting to see why they suspect me. There's nothing else in here. We've wasted our time. Hooray. Oh god, Neo being PS5 only, that would be so bad. Jesus. Raspberry Lipton is good. I'll have to try that kind sometime. Oh. How long have you been there? Oh, it's Mr. Sholmes, look. Oh, never know where he's gonna turn up next, do you? Night, S2. You have a good one. You still haven't finished the Geek VODs? Good. Not that I blame you. R.I.P. Cosma. You were too cool. Too cool for words.
Seems to be stealing a look at something as if he seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself.
I probably should have peered to the right before when I heard the singing. Oops. Tra-la-la-da-la-dee-dee-day, I did the great detective way. He's still singing. You think he's noticed us?
Or he's simply in extremely high spirits.
Sholmes is on fucking crack. Would not surprise me. Yes, there were times I'm sure you knew when I bit off more than I could chew. But through it all, when there was doubt, give the localization team a raise. Good shit right there. Inject the Sinatra directly into my veins. And through it all, when there was doubt, it's lucky that Herlock was about. The record shows my name is Sholmes, and it is my way. Excuse me. I solved it. Oh, he's still okay. I jumped ahead. You get it. Mr. Sholmes! What is it? You want to fight? I'll bust a cap in you.
Oops.
In the movies, he canonically does morphine and cocaine. Yeah, sounds about right. God.
Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing. I was supposed to reach the climactic finish!
No, it's okay. I did it for you. I got you, man.
Gungaga.
Once again, Mr. Maurice LeBon for making this release happen. Did they have to give their blessing, the estate, for this game to even get localized, even with the name change? God. Or is it just the fact that they had to change the name that makes it even better? I would argue it makes it even better. Good God. Sorry, I thought you were never gonna stop, so I figured now was a good time to say he was almost at the end. He had it.
I very nearly dropped into the floor with one of my famous right hooks.
Alright, I get the picture. Now can you put those fists away? Mr. Sholmes, you seem to be examining something before we interrupted you.
Ah, yes, that. I was supposed to the study of the ship's log as penned by the stockily built crewman who was usually on guard here.
I was gonna say, I was really hoping he would keep up with the fist until he was allowed to finish his song. Ah, yes, the ship's log. You find anything useful from it? LeBon changed Holmes' name so they wouldn't use him for copyright. It is his novel. Oh, okay. He was the first one to use the different name. Okay, I gotcha. My bad.
Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank.
Which means there was nothing to report. Nothing of note happened, so...
You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Casual racism.
Is this our Maya? Kind of. She's got a bit of a stick up her ass compared to Maya. Sorry?
Your logic, my boy, is inverted.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
Observe the other pages and all shall become clear. It would seem the crewman of the off-stand sentry... The crewman off-stand sentry in this first-class passageway. He is almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour.
Oh, he writes that in every 30 minutes?
Nothing to report?
Precisely put simply, the Seamen writes, nothing to report, just like that. And yet...
Lupin is now in the public domain, so there's nothing the state can do about it. Yeah, Lupin's fine.
The ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report.
Do you mean...
Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night which led to the seaman being absent from his post.
What kind of circumstances? What happened?
Yeah, no, see, like I said, that was not me, that was not me doing immature humor. That's just what they were called. That's just what, like, actual sea folk usually call each other. It's very silly. It's great.
Remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place.
Yellow, Caleb.
So significant it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribbling nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file.
Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective.
Ah, you're starting to understand what my way is, I see.
Yeah, it's a good song. I'm sad that Team 4 Stars kind of ruined it for me.
What makes Sholmes is brilliance.
Aww. Good, Dimitri.
I'm brilliant. Ouch. Ouch. I slay me.
What? You laughed so hard you hurt yourself?
Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Nothing more.
Oh, you too? Okay, never mind. It's not that somebody was smart enough to target, fucking, Lang being his bodyguard. They did it to fucking everybody. Someone just straight up, like, roofied all the food that went out that night or something. Jesus.
Well, my friends, until our next encounter.
He's still singing. I can hear it as he wanders down the passageway. Is something wrong, Susato-san? You seem lost in thoughts all alone. People have a throbbing head because Holmes stuck crack into them. Holmes put crack cocaine in his meal, and somehow it actually got in everybody else's meal. He's just more used to it than everyone else, hence why he only is just now saying something about it. He wanted his own Hangover spinoff. Oh no. Jesus Christ. Oh, I missed it.
It's just, well, I feel the same.
Sorry? There's over 2 hours left. For part 2 or for the entire investigation? I was told the investigation was 3 parts. Oh. Oh, this makes me sad. They had such a cute dynamic. I'm genuinely mad they went this route. For the whole thing, then we're probably not doing the whole thing, like I said.
Ever since this morning, I've had something of a headache. A sort of continuous throbbing.
Oh, you too? Then yeah, I'm probably stopping at the end of part 2.
What's that?
Shut down the engines immediately! Vessel side a quarter mile forward! Full stop! Hard to starboard! All hands brace for impact! What the?
I think we're about to crash into another ship. I can't stand. Susato-san, hold on to me! Oh!
We're being raided by pirates!
Susato-san, are you alright? Are you injured at all? I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruhodo-san.
Well, looks like we avoided a collision.
I think.
Yeah, the ship has come to a stop.
Oh my goodness, what about you, Naruhodo-san? Are you hurt?
Oh, I'm fine. Hello, is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, it sounds like
Inspector Hasanaga.
Is that you in there, Naruhodo-san? Unbolt the door quickly!
What? The bolt? Ah. Ah ha ha. Eddie Murphy thinking face. The door's bolted! Did you do that, Susato-san?
No, I didn't touch it.
Well, that's strange. How did... Oh, right, Dusky, you haven't been here. Yeah. What the big setup of this mystery and why they think we're the only suspect is because it's a locked room case. They're saying there was no way the door could have gotten closed behind us, but these shelves were knocked over before last night, and now we see that apparently they can get the door can get deadbolted behind us. If we almost crash into something or make a very quick maneuver to avoid something, which I guess happened last night when everyone got passed out because everyone conveniently had a headache and got roofied at the same time. How in the... And look at all the books! Just like they were before again.
Naruhodo-san, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in?
I don't wanna. That guy smells. Better tidy this place up first. No! Don't... Why are we so stupid? Our violent emergency stop had solved one mystery in at least a very vivid way. But I knew what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. Do-do-do, boo-do, boo-do-do. Do-do-do, do-do-do. Oh, we're fucking dumb. If they prop them back up in our room too, I swear to God. All right. God, that was good. It was much definitely a more interesting setup. Granted, we didn't really actually get to investigate the last time, but hey, goes without saying. Last part is mostly another Sholmes dance. If the spoiler-free walkthrough is accurate, okay, all right. Still, nonetheless, people are saying someone said 2 hours still, right? I don't know. I definitely do not want to go another 2 hours. No offense, I love you guys, but it gets to be, doing the voice and everything, it gets to be a lot very fast. And I don't want to get annoyed with this game. This case is already grabbing me. I'm much more motivated with this case. Because they killed my boy Kazuma. I definitely don't want to get burnt out. Nico B's LP is 2 episodes long. How long are his Ace Attorney episodes typically? What time do I have? It's 11:30 for me right now. It's not that late. It's not that late at all. If it were like another half hour or an hour, I would keep going. But if it's about to go over 2 hours again, then I think I'm just gonna call it an early one, unfortunately. Yeah, I've been going late a lot lately too. Remember, I went till 2 o'clock in the morning with the most recent Tweewee, and 2 o'clock last night on this. Yeah, I don't want to risk getting burnt out on either of these games. So yeah, I think I'll just call it early one. Better to stop here? Yeah, okay. About how long will the actual trial take? Do we know? Girl, go to bed. I won't be able to sleep right away, but yeah, I'll take it easy. Rest the vocal cords. Look back and reflect on on the good times we... There is no trial? Huh. Well, too late. Spoilers, but too late. Okay. Interesting. I guess I'll figure out what the hell that means tomorrow. You too late, Mono? Yeah, unfortunately I'm gonna call it early. Just cause the last half of this or whatever is, what's it called? Not less than half. That's why I could push through this and to be the end of the case. Yeah, well, I'm especially not particularly motivated now. If we were gonna meet a rival prosecutor, then maybe. But now I'm just kind of like, eh. What voice did I give Sherlock? Excessively British and hammy, my boy. Excessively. Yeah, I'll just call it here. I don't want to get burned out on this one. All right. I'm just gonna peace out early. I'm still sad. The case itself is interesting enough. Like it's a good setup. Definitely a step up from the first one. I still can't believe Hosanaga's still here. I'm a little mad about that. He got demoted to Lang. But yeah, I'm sad they felt the need to kill off Kazuma. I am. I was really... It felt very obvious and telegraphed, but I was hoping. I was genuinely hoping that they wouldn't go that route. But I get it. I get the motivation. Alright. I'm gonna go lie down. Thank you all for coming out. Special thanks to I Need Professional Help and all of the Go-Kart and Above patrons. If you want to help support avenging Kazuma and his headband, especially the headband, check out links in the description. Love you guys. Nighty-night.